Let's fucking do this. I'm just gonna do the old RuneScape guy. Oh, it doesn't matter. You must enter a code that is only visible on supported clients. Oh, is this... I cannot see a code using RuneLite, yes. GPU experimental. Don't need to disable 117. Ah, okay, there we go. Oh, hell yeah. We made... Why is it lagging? Is it lagging? I don't know if it's lagging or is that the GPU experimental one? Hang on. Jesus Christ, what am I hearing? Oh, come on, man. Jesus fucking Christ. What? I think I need to... Isn't there a way to, like, port your character over? I forgot to do that. Because that's what everyone else does. How are you supposed to do that? God, it's so laggy. Hello, Ellen. GPU experimental. Oh, it's not on. Oh, there we go. Alright, there we go. No, it's not that it was... I think that's just the default. Does it convert to beta world? Oh, hang on. Someone's actually said it in the chat. Please switch to a normal... Oh, okay. Jesus Christ. Hang on, I need to switch to a different world real quick. Oh my god! Hang on, we gotta start over. Okay, so settings, gameplay, convert save to beta worlds. There we go. I thought that was permanent because I'd already done it. Fuck was that noise repeat? Yeah, it's just people constantly leveling up. Can I just transfer over from here? Nope. There it is. Yeah, when people log in, they're given 30 levels and like a bunch of stuff, unless you just transfer your profile. Yes, 3885. Yeah, I've done the quest already, and I kind of hated it. I didn't like the quest too much. I do hope they de-stupefy the quest, because it is kind of annoying. What am I carrying? Did I lose my graceful outfit? What the fuck? My graceful gear, no! My entire graceful set! God damn it. Oh, you know what? I don't need to sort this out, it's fine. Not as bad as that. No, it's nowhere near as bad as that. Okay. Alright, so they've added a bunch of new stuff apparently, which is including things like combat. That's really what I just want to try. Alright, so I should be able to just get free materials as well if I recall correctly. Yeah. So what can I make? Tutorial quests are always kind of a mistake. They really are, yeah. Like, I don't think that... Like, some of them aren't too bad, but it's just the way the quest works in this is almost... It gives it like a mini-game feel, and I feel like they just need to let you get your hands on it. The quest should just be, here's a boat, you need to do this to complete the quest. Done. Or like, here's a raft or whatever, you know. Because that's how every other skill is, right? Like, every other new skill, you know? And not even new... No, actually, that's not true. New skills never had a quest. The only one that has a quest is Herblore, and I don't even know if that's the case anymore. How do I change my boat? Can I get a new boat somewhere? Basic small boat, there we go. 10,000 coins. Of course, to unlock them, they're not really tutorial. Yeah, exactly. They are like storylines, and then you then get access to the quest. Whereas this one was like very tutorial, and I didn't like that. It gave me an icky feeling. I might just carry all my money. Fuck it. Not like I'm gonna lose all my cash, right? Tree boat. Okay, customize. The Deadly Demon. Alright, so there's a bunch of stuff I can construct. Saw and a hammer, okay. Oh, you can just take money out as well. Oh, okay, I can't do anything there. Can't do anything there. I guess I need to level up a bit. Can't do anything there. Okay, alright. Wait, so where can I store my stuff? Oh, cargo hold. I was gonna say. Bronze nails, and I guess regular planks? Yeah. Let's do it. Wait, what about this stuff? I doubt I'll be able to upgrade any of this. Nah. I guess one thing I would like is if the interface would let you go in and out rather than fucking opening and then closing. Just take 10. Just the fucking nails. It's 1 million bronze nails. Build. You are missing, I guarantee you I'm not. Oh, I took oak planks, right, my bad. Ah, that's another thing. Let me drop things in this place. That's kind of stinky. I don't care if it's a weird place, just let me drop it, even if it despawns. This one. Right. There we go. Alright, we can start doing our tasks. You're absolutely sure? Yes, I want to put them down. It's 4 mil of bronze nails that are just plonked on the ground. Awesome. So I guess I need to just go find a task. Who was it then? Task, is it the notice board? I'm crashing down with the way. Yeah. Right. Alright, we'll get some easy ones going. So what is this? This is Musa Point. Let's do it. Where do I collect it? To the table. Take cargo. A crate of bananas. Is that my boat? board my own boat. The Deadly Demon. Okay. How do I deposit cargo? Is this all the cargo for the task? I didn't actually check. View tasks. 1 cargo, and I just need to take that to somewhere. Can I extend the GPU draw distance? Nice. Let's go a bit higher than that. Yeah, it's a bit better. Right, so I need to head to what's it, Kremja. South. Oh, just wrap around the island. Cool. I need to set sails. You need to be manning the sails to. Okay, whatever. Hang on, let's just do this. I can't remember. Raise speed. The boat's going as fast as it can. Okay. And this just keeps going, if I recall. Like, I don't have to keep clicking. It just goes. But there was a button. I can't remember what it was, but they're fighting. They're doing the combat. I swear there was like a button you could click on your set. No fucking way someone's got a giant ship already. Holy shit, that's cool. Oh wait, no, that's a I think that's an NPC. Oh no, it's not. It might not be an NPC. Yeah, that's actually a player. Holy shit, people have made loads of progress already. I suppose it was out this morning. Ominous fishing spot. Oh, what? Oh, no, that's old content. That's the fucking, those ogres, I can't remember what they're called. So is this where I can dock on the boy? You dock the boat, you will return here if you abandon the boat for any reason. Okay, so if I stop navigating. Okay, disembark. Hell yeah. Deposit. Bonk. Oh, I only got 100 XP. Oh, there we go. So I think... I built a range facility. No, that's not what I need. I need to get the salvaging equipment. What level do I need for the salvaging equipment? I don't know why I got rid of the Soaring Hammer. I should have kept it. What kind of cool stuff do you get from sailing? No idea. As far as I'm aware, it's like another form of travel, but like there's like a whole bunch of new areas as well as a result of it. Like you've got this entire section where you've just got all these islands now and stuff, so I don't really know what's in them. But it looks like there's like new hunter zones, for example, new grinding zones and stuff like that, so yeah. I have no idea as far as what the game what sailing entails yet. But it looks like the beta's opened up the world. Holy shit. Because I remember in the alpha, you weren't able to go anywhere. You're allowed to just go anywhere now. See, this is nice. I like the idea of just being able to fucking sail anywhere. But yeah, I don't know what kind of stuff you can get specifically, but I guess it opens up access to like other skills more than anything. Okay, so I need to be level 12. And you can cook on the ship. That's cool. Alright, let's get off here. I need to be level 12 to get what I need. So, where's the job board? Does this mean that I have to be level 21? Yeah, it does. Fuck sailing, scrap this janky ass meme number 2277. I don't see what's wrong with it. I see a lot of people criticizing it, but I don't... It seems kind of fun. Is there storage on the ship and fishing locations? There is storage on the ship, yeah. And I think, I don't know about fishing locations on sea, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's fishing locations on islands. It's like a totally different game, not a fan. I mean, you just don't have to go on a boat, do you? If you don't like it, right? You just don't sail. Like, I don't... oh yeah, look, there's a fishing shoal. I don't think it really, like, breaks the game so much. It just adds a new form of, like, travel. It's no different to, like, when they added things like Valamor and, you know, Kurend and stuff, right? It's just, instead of adding a new zone, the new zone is the ocean. Oh, there is a border, actually. Yeah, it does look like the beta's still locked off a few areas. But yeah, you've got storage on the ship that you can like pop things onto, specifically cargo. Let's see. Yeah, we'll just take this one, I guess, for now. Cargo location, destination. Oh, it's at Port Sarim. Okay, so I have to go back and forth a bit. And I think this is. Oh, this is combat. Oh no, this isn't combat. Cargo location, the Pandemonium. Where the fuck is the Pandemonium? I think this is all things they're going to complain about because they don't to train yet another skill. I don't know what the issue is personally. Like, I get that there are some people who just don't like change, and that's fine. But like, this game has been changing since it got re-released. Like, since it got released as old school RuneScape. So it's like, you know, it's not like big changes weren't coming. I thought people wanted to do content and skills for OSRS. I do. Voting stuff's all about. Yeah, I mean that was the thing, right? At the end of the day, it was a majority vote, right? Like this didn't happen because like RuneScape forced it on people. They posed the question and the majority said yes. And I even looked into this because like a lot of people were complaining about how it was like low levels who pushed the vote and stuff like that, but it was actually majority were like plus fucking, you know, plus level 2000 something that actually voted for this. He's one of my brain. Yeah. It's cool as fuck, honestly, and a unique thing. Makes sense of the storyline. I think it's cool. That we can't even use from it. That is a very good point. Yeah, we go through all that effort of like patching together a boat with that guy and end up crashing it in the sea, but like we can still use it apparently, or some shit I can't remember. But like, yeah, like it does make sense like to have a boat, and I like again I do understand like why people are a bit upset about it because it is a big change to the world, but I don't think it really affects. This is not going to affect anyone's current gameplay, from what I can see. It gives access to other places to do things, like to do grinding and stuff like that. Probably would affect maybe some markets if there's like items that are easier to obtain. Like, oh, look at that, there's another fishing spot. Drumstick Isle. But yeah. You're right, to be fair. I do hope they update Dragon Slayer to add the option for your own boat. A boat that you get for completing Dragon Slayer, like after you get like a certain level, you get like the option to rebuild that boat maybe or something. It's definitely not a WoW Catamaran. No, it's not a WoW Catamaran because they haven't changed the actual world. Like that's the thing, right? Like the land is still the same. All they've done is like added stuff in the ocean, which was just massively empty for the longest time. Which I think is really cool. Like, I love the idea that you could just, like, for example, you go on, like, the fucking pest control world, and you just decide, I want to sail past the Void Knight people just to fucking laugh at them or something. Laugh at all the people doing easy mode. It was repaired once by us, surely we can repair it. But yeah, exactly. Like, I think it would be cool if they integrated somehow, like, some sort of stuff like that. I I for one am like very happy about it, just because like I'm not like I'm not maxed on anything, right? Like I'm still pretty much trudging through. This is an account I made like 2 years ago, three years ago now. I actually can't remember how long. And I've just been kind of committing to this ever since. Bear in mind, I've been playing for longer than that. It's just OSRS I came back to about 3 years ago. Shit, maybe it was 4 years ago. I lost track. I forgot where I was going. I need to pick up my cargo. From Port Sarim. Fishing trawler 2 type thing connected with sailing, which I think is a fantastic idea. That's the thing, right? Like, I think it's a nice touch. Like, I don't think they're doing anyone a disservice at the end of the day. Like, this isn't really... Maybe I don't have the foresight, but I don't understand how this could negatively impact the game. Right? Maybe some people just don't see this skill as a fun skill to do, and that's fine. But, like, is fucking Herblore a fun skill to do? Is fletching a fun skill to do? Is fucking runecrafting a fun skill to do? Like, please, no. Like, oh my god, I gave up on leveling runecrafting. I have resorted to fucking using the books in Arceus library to level up runecrafting because I find that more entertaining than actually runecrafting or doing Guardians of the Rift. Like, I genuinely cannot stand runecrafting. But, like, I don't think runecrafting broke the game, you know? There's always gonna be, like... There's always gonna be some discourse. Agility is so fun and interactive, I totally don't want it. Agility as well! Oh my god, how did I forget about agility? I lost my fucking mind trying to get that to 70. Ugh. You still like the books after all the yeah, right. But yeah, like I said, I get that people don't like change, but I think that this is not like an egregious thing. I don't think I don't think Jagex have fucked up, you know. Like, if they made changes to skills that... Like, if they changed the way skills work to fucking dumb them down, then I think, yeah, that might be a cause for complaint. But as far as I can tell, nothing's really, like, changed. And it would be nice to see more skills, like, in court, like... Because I think that's the nicest thing about, like, whenever they make additions to OSRS, is how, like, skills communicate with each other. Like, I can't think of many good examples right now, but... RS3 and that survival game to fuck shit up. God, don't remind me of that survival game. I wish they would just release RuneScape Classic as like a private server thing for people to like set up themselves. I would definitely prefer that over the survival game. I would love to do like a private server with I don't know, whatever 40, 50-year-old friends I have left. Whoever's old enough to remember RuneScape Classic. 2004 Escape that you can download if you wanted to look into it. Well, I actually have a private client that's just single player. It looks and plays very identical. Wait, so they actually provide that, or like Jagex themselves? What am I doing? Why am I here again? Why do I just default go to a fucking bank everywhere I go? Well, no. Oh, damn it. Download you can play it on your own. Right. Yeah. So that's what I've actually got at the moment, but I haven't got anything that I can play multiplayer, which is upsetting. Besides the what's it called? I know that there's like private servers, but the private servers always have the fucking cranked up everything to 10 times. They are a non-profit, which is always respectable. Like, I always appreciate that. It's people fighting the good fight. I need to remember to trim my sails every time. But yeah, I'm probably only gonna do this for the next hour because I've got an invite to play Peak in a bit. So I do want to do more of this. I'll probably do more of it tomorrow. Maybe when we're doing Blood on the Clock Tower, I'll just have it on the side, like in the corner. Okay, stop killing games about 550. Yeah, this is what people were saying, was like it's usually the last month that tends to be the biggest push. I'm hoping it gets more traction. It really needs it. Where are we headed? Here. I think I can get XP for doing the side tasks as well, can't I? Let's go ahead and dock. Nope. Hang on. The cargo hold. There we go. Now that UK is going to pass. Honestly, it doesn't matter if the UK one is going to pass. I fucking hate UK petitions. UK thing. Yeah. Like, they're the fucking most useless thing ever. I swear to God. Like, I've signed it, obviously. I've done my due diligence, but... Oh, hell yeah, there we go. So, where's the... Because, like, it's so annoying because... Do you know what happens when the UK petition passes? When the UK petition passes, and I'm not even joking when I say this, the government will consider having a discussion about it. That's how the UK petition system works. They'll think about having a conversation. That's all it means. It's so fucked. Where's the wasn't there an NPC on this place for... No, I guess not. I thought there was one that let me go upgrade my stuff. Wait, what's this? Port Sarum. Oh, nice. I guess this is just temporarily here for me. Also, I'm not memeing about that. It literally says it on the petition. It literally says the government will consider having a discussion about it once it passes the requisite number of signatures. I wish I was, like, taking the piss and I was just fucking, like, throwing, like, bullshit, but it's so sad. Skimmed over that response of your government there. Yeah, oh god, that fucking response is ridiculous. How do I make the... So what I'm trying to get right now is the salvaging equipment. Where is that? There it is, salvaging hook. Good lord. What is that? 4 regular planks, 6 bronze bars and a rope. And a fuck ton of nails. We're gonna take 9 nails. There we go. Let's say nothing with a shit ton of words a lot. It was funny. Yeah, it's sad but funny. There we go, we got the salvaging hook. Let's get a cannon going as well, why not? 4 more planks, 8 bars. Do 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 do. 8 bars. Where are the bars? There we are. Do 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 do. So what can I build here then? Right, okay. Okay. Oh, I should probably grab some cannonballs, shouldn't I? Do I have to be a certain level to use the cannonballs? Have a look. What are these colors? Oh, okay. Am I blind? Fuck it, I'll just take them all. Who's gonna stop me? I wonder if you can make these cannonballs with the cannonball molds. I wonder if that's how they're supposed to be. Dragon cannonball? You'd at least hope it would have some more detail than just being a ball. But holy shit, okay. How much does that cost to high alchemy? 1,000? Oh, that's sad. Holy shit, I'm holding 1 billion worth of high alchemy of dragon cannonballs. Oh, where am I going? Look at this, look at this. 1 billion high alch value. God damn. That's mine, don't touch it. I'll drop this though. And YouTube is suggesting a lot of the pirate drama to me. No. Hey, he found a way to glitch the algorithm to make his name popular, so I guess he's gonna have to fucking deal with it, right? I say glitch, exploit. Alright, so we can try out a new task now, I guess. Bounty. There have been reports of a shiver of famished sharks attacking nearby swimmers. Bring back 5 fins as proof. It's like repeatable quests, basically. And like, I think one of the concerns I read was people saying that this seems to be like a mini game, but like, oh, my boat is at Moosa Point. Can I not? Oh shit. But it's like, okay, so my task right now is to go collect 5 fins by killing sharks. So what about Slayer? Is that not the same thing? What about when you have the hunter jobs? The hunter rumors, which are to go and catch like 50 fucking mobs, 50 fucking animals until long-standing complaint by some people. Is it actually? Fair enough. I just don't think it's egregious to have these games, like to have it act like this. As well as that, you don't have to do these things to level up, right? Like, I'm doing this because I want to get quick XP, but you can... The reason I got that salvaging hook is because I can now just AFK somewhere and basically just level up with using the salvaging hook. You don't have to do tasks to level up. It's not limited to it. Well, this is the thing, like... Is it so bad that you have a game in your game? What are you expecting? What do you want? Like, is it really that bad that you want to fucking... Like, do you not want the game to have, like, entertaining features? I get when things can go too far with minigames, but I don't think this is, like, egregious. Well, also, why didn't I retrieve my boat? Oh, did I not say yes? I see, okay. I don't know how I feel about the reclaiming your boat stuff, but we'll see. That could be a bit annoying. Alright, so we need to go kill some sharks. What's this? Stop following Captain's target. So can I, like, check ammunition? You have no preferred ammunition type set. Let's try and put the dragon and cannonball. This was okay, so it is. Yeah, it has to be. Ammunition has been set to bronze cannonballs. Okay. Can I just fire? How do I shoot? Just attack the port. Alright, fuck it, I'll just dump all these in here for now. Cool, so yeah, what about these sharks? View tasks. Near Mudskipper Point, alright. Became a pirate instead of hunting sharks. I am looking forward to seeing like what kind of ship customizations you could get as well, because I think that's like probably the most fun part for me. Like, the one thing I really have wanted to do with this game for the longest time is get better construction so I can actually make a nice house, but construction is fucking expensive and I stopped at 70 because that was required for a bunch of quests. But I think this is a good place to stop. But like, yeah, I think it's nice to have like another facility that you can like upgrade, right? Fire! Yeah, take that. And that. So do I have to like repair my ship every now and then? How do you do that? Escape helm. Probably don't want to do that. It's a bit stupid, but I also hunted whales with a musket, so I'm not allowed to say anything, I guess. So is the XP rate gonna go up when I actually kill it or something? Harvest? What? No shark meat? Like just bones? Also burying bones on my ship? Excuse me? Huh? Like, is this really Boku? But also this completely tracks, but yeah, basically, right? Brush a hole in your ship's hull. I guess, yeah. MSC, just chuck them over, but oh, okay, so I just pulled them over just to throw them back. Of course. Oh, I love it. I'm all for it. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing like what kind of group content you can do, because like you can get big ships that other people can like man different stations. Like you can get on your friend's ship and man a different station, which I think is so cool. I think that just adds so much flavor to the game, personally. Oh, I need to get fins. I haven't had any fins. I just realized that was part of the task. Fuck, he's gone out of range. How do I go about repairing the boat? We missed the astral strips in Alods. Were they like this? Magic range habits from your boat too? That's not a bad shout. Such a shit game nowadays. Sharks is gonna give something more than bones. I'll go get my ranged equipment because I'm mostly leveling ranged at the moment. I'll see if I can kill them faster. How do you repair the ship though? That's what I actually don't know. Because like the alpha didn't have any combat, so I never had to never had to worry about repairing the ship. I'm sorry, did it just give me 4 noted teak planks? What are they doing here? I guess they could be eating like, you know, fucked up ships, I suppose. There were players that went either around exploring Astral. Oh, I see, I see. Well, I mean, like, BDO had a similar thing as well, didn't it? Except I don't think the players could do much on the boat. They just kind of just fucked about on the boat. Alright, let's go get my range gear. Also, how do I fix this thing? Contact other people, loot their ships for treasure. Fucking pirates, like, Fucking 2.4 mil. Where's the bank? There should be a bank around here. There it is. Let's see if we can go back to port. Not a fan of that, personally. So Carol's gear. I probably don't need to go like fully decked out, but fuck it, let's do it. Wait, was the archer helmet better? I genuinely can't remember. What am I looking for? Boots of Brimstone. 20th anniversary boots? Nah. Oh, I need arrows. That would help. It's rather unlikely that you got attacked unless you went to other factions. Still doesn't sound... I still... Like, that's the reason why I didn't really enjoy the BDO one too much. Like, I like the idea of sailing, but as soon as I saw anything that looked like a boat, I would fucking run. Like, I fucking sailed so fast. I suppose I haven't looked up how to... I haven't checked how to repair the ship yet. Switch side panel. How do you repair this? Hang on. Is there like... Other players plenty of times by demons. That sailing chest has repair kit. Oh, you have to make the repair kits. Okay, okay, grab the sailing chest. Right, okay. Gotcha. Thank you very much. Just gonna take a bunch. So yeah, let's see if range works. Oh, right, I can't just eat it. So how much does this heal? 5? There we go. I think someone's struggling to park their boat. More their boat? Way safer than leveling zones since that became open PvP as well. Yeah, see, that just... I don't like the idea of that. I wonder if there's wilderness sailing actually in this. There must be, right? You know the Untamed Ocean is like PvP? Or maybe like... Yeah, I think that this area is probably like the Wilderness Ocean. That'd be interesting to see what people do with that. God, stop the ship, stop the ship. Okay, let's see if I can just shoot them. Nah, you can't shoot them, it just makes your character yell fire. That's... I mean, it's cute, I suppose, but yeah. Oh, it actually marked the target, now that I think about it. I never saw that arrow before. So I guess for people on your ship, you can mark targets when you attack without manning the cannon. Oh, that's a nice touch. I guess why I stopped playing. Yeah. I could see this being really fun. I wonder if, like, the XP is shared. If you're doing, like, you know, this sort of stuff together. Like, if you're doing combat together, if the XP is shared across everyone. I thought I got a fin, but it's a fucking tuna. Stop giving me random shit. This guy's got a crew and everything, man. Let me turn this thing around. I think they do need to fix some of the pathing for the sharks, though, because that's a little terrifying. Let's go this way. It's a land shark, yeah. I wonder how far it can shoot, actually. Let me try this. Can't reach. Okay, this one's probably fine. I'm not getting many... Actually, is it maybe... Is it maybe telling me I'm getting fins and I'm just not looking? I'll have a look. Am I killing the right sharks? That could be the problem, actually. Wait, did it say Mudskipper Point or Moosa Point? Because I'm at Mudskipper Point. View tasks. Mudskipper Point, okay. Okay, see, this I find a bit odd. Unless I just got the rarest fucking drop in the world, there's no reason why the lowest fucking level mob should be dropping a Rune Medium Helm. That's a bit far. I do have to say, that might be a bit of a stretch. This is the lowest level task. Not that these are worth much, obviously, but like... It's fair. I do remember Jagex added zombie pirates. True. I'm assuming... I mean, I must have hit, like, the fucking jackpot on this, right? Like, if it's a common drop, then I'm gonna fucking be so confused. Can I do lookup drops? Can we see if there's anything? Unknown. Okay, yeah, it's not recorded yet. Not a fan of it. Yeah. The loot jingle abuse, though. Oh, the loot... Oh, I think the loot jingle is for the... Oh, it's for the fins. So what the fuck would... Because I didn't get anything saying a rare item dropped or anything. Can I drop these fucking... Oh, I can't drop the tuna. You cannot drop items on your boat as they may fall off and wash out to sea. Yeah, this poor raw tuna. The horror if it fucking washed out to sea. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I do think they need to let you get rid of items on the boat. So did the using range... No, it didn't. It didn't work. It basically makes your character do a call out. So you can't actually, like... If you're not manning the cannon and you try to attack, your character calls out who to attack. Tragic. Maybe I can attack things on land. I didn't actually think about that. Do you think I can fire a cannon at things that are on land? There we go, now I'm starting to get the fins. Why was I not getting them earlier? I had all the worst fucking RNG until that Rune Medium Helm dropped. Let's go and turn this thing around. They said for the beta you can? Okay, I'm gonna assume it was unintended. That's actually kind of funny. I'm gonna fire at a poor, like, seagull at the dock. I think he's just minding his own business and just fucking cannon just explodes. I hope this task has a lot of XP gain, because this is long. Although I suppose you do get, like, a decent passive amount, but it doesn't really make up for it, does it? Like, you get more out of salvaging. Not to mention the fact that you have to keep repairing while you're doing this. Oh, I need to harvest, right? Okay. Get over here. No, he stole my kill! I'm reporting him. No, don't go under my ship, man! Fuck! Wait, hang on. Hang on, no, stop turning. Get him! There we go. Ugh. Don't mind my pro strat. That's my fish. Ugh, this motherfucker. My XP rate. Do they have a sailing thing for this yet? No, they don't. Makes this look a lot less miserable. I should probably see about getting a crew member, shouldn't I? I don't know if I'm missing any prerequisites for it. I didn't even check to see if I could get a crew member. That might... I mean, there's a lot of people who just have crew members around me. I probably can just go get one. Oh, for fuck's sake. Can I open my menu? Yeah. Ability to one crew member to your ship. Oh. Okay, I probably should have done that, yeah. Level 13! No, I didn't get to see what I got. What did I get? Level 13. Sweet fuck all. Come on, give me my last one. Oh my god, repairing takes forever. I wonder if I could have just used the other ones. I just took the shit one because, oh there we go, we're done. I took the shit ones because I thought I might be limited to that, but I didn't even think to try getting a better one. I am kind of happy with, like, how responsive this is. Considering, like, RuneScape being what it is. The boats don't seem that bad. I do have a gripe with the fucking graphic for the arrow, though. I do wish they used something a bit less... I don't know what to call it, really. Just big fucking white triangle. That's my biggest issue with the details of this game, like, of this thing, is just big white triangle is kinda ugly. It doesn't have to be amazing detail, but just... It's ugly. How dare they add such an ugly thing to this beautiful game. 8 directions is heresy though, yeah. Alright, let's go hand these in. So that is still grab. That's the thing, and like I thought. So when like obviously I was less bothered by it in the alpha. Like I did actually, when I gave my feedback, I did. It is still, yeah, exactly. Plug in, I'm sure, yeah. But I did give like feedback during the alpha to say please change the arrow. So I'm hoping that it is just a case of like this is still the where's the deposit thing? Hang on. I'm hoping it is just the case that this is just, you know, we're still in the beta, they're gonna change it later or something. Do I just speak to this guy? Does having the area even feel necessary? I haven't tried. I guess not really, technically. Like, I can see it helping. Like, it can be, you know, I suppose it can be a bit awkward not knowing, like... That's actually a really good point. Huh. Yeah, I hadn't thought about it like that. I suppose it could get away with not having the arrow. Because it doesn't maneuver that badly, right? Like, it auto moves, right? Basically what happens is when you click in one direction, it keeps going in that direction until you slow it down or speed it up, like, or stop it, you know, it's like your control, basically. All you do with your clicks is change the direction. The slow, like the stopping and starting all comes from a different menu. Bronze keel. Let's give that a go, I suppose. Customized boat. Hang on, let me get rid of this shit. So I should be able to upgrade it. Keel. Oh. Fuck, okay then. So I guess I have to just keep leveling a bit. Okay. I think I might go do some salvaging. Let me go empty out the, just empty everything, effectively. I don't know where I can salvage though. I don't know if it's like level based or something. I mean, of course it is, but just take all this. Can I just withdraw all? Okay. If I do this, can I go withdraw all on everything? No, it's specifically the iron cannonball. Great. God damn it. I just gotta drop it all here. Yes, let me drop it. Put it down. Put it down. Put it down. All that money just on the floor there, goddamn. Speaking of, I'll just go ahead and put my money away. Dropping his balls for the world to see, damn right. Giving everyone the fucking... showing everyone the weight. The weight of my balls. Look at that shit, goddamn. Oh, just... it makes me so... like, it pains me so much to see that, because I need money. I can't do anything with it. Wait, someone traded with me? What the fuck? I didn't see that. I am the bet. Oh, hang on, I need to get a crew member, don't I? He said he was here somewhere. Jobless Jim or some shit. The funny thing is, like, every player character looks like an NPC right now. Everyone looks like a pirate. Like the pub north. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, obviously that makes sense, yeah. Over there. Probably don't need my gear on me either. Wait, I can just venture out of here? Oh, no, I can't. Damn it, okay. Oh, there's Jobless Jim. Hello, Governor. Do you want to join my ship's crew? Yeah, let's do it. I got a crew member! So what do I set into? I guess I could set him to the cannons. Or I could set him to salvage, couldn't I? And then I could just chill on the boat, have a good time. Oh, I love that one tile dedicated to bird shit there. It's beautiful. I'm gonna dump my gear. You've done SOT, right? SOTE? Oh, Song of the Elves! Yeah, yeah. Time to learn CG. Is that the one I was losing my mind doing back in Echoes, the fucking League? Corrupted Gauntlet. Yeah, eat shit. No. Fuck off. No. I did that like 50 fucking times, just trying to get my, like, echo weapon or whatever the fuck it was. I hate it. I burned myself out on that on the fucking League. If I go back there, vanilla. Nah, no. Not like this. Oh god. Where is he? Command Jobless Jim. Helm and sails. Other facility? Bronze salvaging hook. Hell yeah, there we go. Alright, so I think there's a salvaging point over here. Can I see, like, what level they are? No. At least I assume it's a salvaging point, is it? Man, I really would love to do more of, like, the hard bosses and stuff, but, like, I'm just comfortable fighting Scarius, man. I'll just fight Scarius until I get the pet, and then I'll maybe consider moving on to something else. Okay. Deploy. Sir, you're meant to be manning this thing. Oh, there are no shipwrecks within range. Oh, shipwrecks! That's what you meant to look for. Right, of course, it's salvaging. Okay, then. Oh, I think I need, like, the telescope for this. I remember now. There's, like, tasks you can do. But yeah, you really kind of don't need the arrow, do you? That's a good point. Hmm. Alright, where is a shipwreck? Can I see if there's a salvaging point on the map? No. What's this? Mysterious glow? Hello? Oh, what? Oh, what? The fuck? Okay. Now dock your boat at last light. Cool. I feel like I shouldn't go too far out because I'm still low level, so... What time is it? I've still got a few more minutes. Man, I'm looking forward to playing Peak. I'm looking forward to doing more of this, obviously. I really want to see more. But I think most of what I'm going to be doing is off-stream, and then I'll probably get back on it tomorrow. I'll definitely get back on it tomorrow. Before and during Blood on the Clock Tower. Why is there no... Where are the salvage things? I remember seeing them in the alpha, but... I have no fucking clue where they are. Oh my god, someone's actually fucking advertising duel arenas and shit in here. Or like gambling, effectively, not just... hang on. There we go. Leave the beta worlds alone, man. Hey, it's my ship! That's what we were just talking about. I think it is actually the same model as... The same model as that? Oh yeah, it is! So I guess you do get to build that same ship back again. Okay, hold up. I feel like I'm going way off course here. I'm clearly missing something. Where the hell are these salvaging spots? Can you dock at Crandor? Because I think they said they wouldn't let you do... Yeah, they still won't let you dock at Crandor. Bastards. But it makes sense. It's one of the most annoying fucking islands to get to, and I guess they didn't want to make it easier. I mean, it's annoying for me. I don't know if there is an easy way there. I always, like, fucking... like, ferry point to the weird lava place and just fucking take a million steps in, but... this is as fast as I can go. Oh, Trim says... People are sat around here. The sealed crate ain't the salvage point. Where's the salvage point? I'm pretty sure they don't move. Oh wait, they might move. Shit, that might be why I'm not finding them. How strong is the strong wind? Doesn't feel very strong. Where is the ship? I need a small area so it's AFK so you're not truly click and forget. Yeah, that's sort of what I thought was the oh. Oh no, this is a task thing, yeah, it's chart, never mind. Oh. Is that one? I found it. I don't want to accidentally, like, sail into the fucking Temperos stuff. What's this? Because that place is actually kind of scary. At least from the alpha, it was kind of scary. For fuck's sake. Oh, wait, that place is bubbling. Was that bubbling last time? There's no way it's that, surely. Because I tried the bubbles last time, it didn't do anything. Oh no, I think they're trying the bubbles now and it's not working. What the fuck? Tutorial Island! It's so beautiful! We get to watch new players as they start the game for the first time. Oh, I suppose, assuming they've subscribed immediately, that is. So I guess in most cases you're probably watching alts. But it's still cool! Where the hell are these fucking ships, man? Where the fuck? Oh! We got one! I'm coming for you! So how do I... assign... Do I just tell him to just start fucking doing shit? I don't actually know how this works. Oh, there's a bunch here! Okay. Oh, he just fucking starts! That's awesome! Hell yeah! Oh, is he... Was that the whole thing? I guess someone looted most of this, or just... Okay, hang on. So where... Does he just dump it in the cargo, I guess? I suppose he does. Right, so I'm gonna assume this was just a case of I got really unlucky. And it just instantly fucking got destroyed in the same way that would happen with, what's it called? like trees and stuff. Let me check the cargo. Nice. What am I meant to do with this? Can I like eat it? Whatever, I'm just gonna take it all, carry it myself. Down it goes. Hell yeah. See if any. Oh, is that what, like one of the salvage bench or whatever it was? Yeah. Yeah, it's coming back to me now. Thank you. Oh, it like stops the ship at the salvage anyways. That's kind of nice. Yeah, I could see myself chilling to this for a while. I'm really looking forward to seeing how it works with like having an entire fucking crew and you're just kind of going nuts. I wonder how you tell the crew where you want to go. Can you actually... Is that how it works? Like, do you just tell them I want to go here and they'll just fucking path it? Or like... That would be kind of... I don't know. I can say lazy, but it'd also be kind of cool. It's hard to tell. Oh, the ship's apparently moving. So I'm able to trim the sails. I hope they don't patch that one out. I've already found the XP exploit. He's still going? Holy shit. Trim the sails. I found out how to speed gain XP. Let's go. You know what? I'll probably end it here. Not here. Like I'm gonna go pick up whatever's in the salvage and get ready to join the others on peak. So can you go any fucking slower? Alright, let's send it. Let's ship it. Is that Port Saint? No, that's somewhere else. The Pandemonium. Oh, that's the quest island, isn't it? That's where you start everything. And I should technically be able to stop here, can't I? And then do everything I need to do. There we go. There we go, salt salvage. A whole plank? Oak logs? Money? This is gonna turn my Ultimate Iron Man into a fucking nightmare. Eventually run out of mountains to climb, yeah. When's the OSRS stream starting? What do you mean? Also, thank you for the bit. I mean, unironically, I am going to be moving on to a different game in a couple minutes, so I guess it's ending. Yeah, no, I got plans to play Peak. I'm gonna do more of this tomorrow though. I really do want to keep going. I just I got the fucking piano though. What the hell is that? Okay, so I really am gonna hate this on my Ultimate Iron Man. Holy, that's gonna be a fucking nightmare. Actually, saying that, I wonder if they let you use the cargo on Ultimate Iron Man. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's a fucking game changer if that's the case. Because they let you use the housing storage, right? Like, for all the things that you got in there. And you've also got the stashes that you're allowed to use. So why wouldn't you be allowed to use the cargo hold, right? My Ultimate Iron Man experience gonna get easier? Are people gonna fucking give me shit and be like, well, I played Ultimate Iron Man before I had the storage. Pretty useful though, not gonna lie. Passive planks. The planks are huge, yeah. I think there was mention of like potentially of it, like making your own planks somehow. Not related to sailing, but there was that the Dev Jam, whatever the fuck they're called, the thing where they just go crazy over a short period of time. And I think there was mention of like being able to use a saw. Can only use ships without storage. Yeah. I know for a fact that if Ultimate Iron Man can use ship storage, there will be that like 0.2% of the community who will be like in an uproar, right? The 0.2% who kept killing themselves in order to fast travel and you know, losing their items over and over again just to get from one place to another. But oh well. But yeah, I'm gonna switch over to Peak because the others are probably gonna start in a bit, and I don't want to keep them waiting. Hello, dog. Where is it? I'll go ahead and close this for now. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna do more of this tomorrow. Oh, game capture's already set to peak. Nice. Stop it. Set up, yeah. Switch title. They repeated yesterday, the game's gonna kick you off in the sheer amount. That was fucking hilarious. That was actually so fucking... just the way it just went... and then the game itself crashed. That was awesome. Fed's comment just before that. What, look away or you'll crash or something? I can't remember what he said. Let's see. Fucking eyes, man. Why couldn't you just do it the other way around, where it was a black screen with a white logo? You bitch. The PC, the more you could... Oh, right, yeah. The unlimited, or like he was like saying there's unlimited number of players, and then it just fucking crashed. Did hit the limits, yeah. Alright, fuck it. I'll go ahead and take the dog out while I wait, because I don't see anyone else in there yet. be back in like, oh shit, 10 or so minutes. 10 minutes probably. Phone. Okay. Oh,
Look at this guy.
hello.
Hello.
Hey. Where'd you get that hat? It's cool.
What up?
Oh,
Wait, what hat am I wearing?
wait.
Oh,
Bing bong.
I rescued Bing Bong.
Like I know these names.
You'll know soon.
It looks like you've seen it.
Oh yeah. Hang on. I've learned extra strats since the last time we played. Check this out.
Oh my god.
How far did I go? Oh my god. It's so good.
Oh. Lima bean. Beautiful.
Wait, you're also green. Oh shit.
Do you want me to change to a different green? Hold on, yeah, I'll do it.
Okay, alright, yeah. I got yelled at by Omega because I wanted to go pink.
Yeah, this works. There you go.
Yeah.
Ah! What was... No!
Wait, can you play dead real quick?
I don't know if I...
The
Okay. Ah! What are you doing? Oh.
So you can do this little boost jump thing. So if you crouch under someone and jump, you can launch them in the air. You just there you go. Oh, it's such a good troll. There we go. I'm gonna climb this. Oh, no, I'm not. Apparently. Okay. Help. Help. Why didn't you help?
What?
I was talking to Effie.
Oh.
Stop trying to push me! This is the new PvP. The king of the losers all over again. Yeah. Damn it. Fuck. I'm getting out of here.
That's a bit tired.
Eh.
What? What's that? What the fuck? What are you doing?
I would love to tell you how to do that, but I don't know how it's done on controller.
Are you playing on control?
Okay.
Try one of the... Oh, you got it, yeah.
It's more like getting that water from like a spring.
Is he,
You know, it'll be a while.
is he having yet another shower?
A shower?
I feel like every time he's late, it's always because he's having a fucking shower.
Yeah, he does like to pamper. I think he's making coffee. I don't know.
Oh, that makes sense. He's gathering the beans.
Ramiku, no! Ah!
Whoa! Oh my god. Uh, uh, I'm going
What's this
my
do?
own
It's
way.
like a grab.
What's that? Oh, that's to help your friends up. So if you try and climb up here. There you go.
Oh!
Yeah.
Ah.
So when you hold it like at a ledge, for example, and someone's trying to climb.
Yeah.
Wham. There you go.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a lifesaver, genuinely.
Save me. Wow. She saved me. Hiya.
Yeah, sorry, I was gonna respond to that. The whole playing dead. I couldn't believe when I thought someone was like I saw that person fall over, I thought they were playing dead.
Then he looks like he knows what you did. You're like, yeah, I see what you did. Also, the eyes shift based on where you are.
Yeah. That's so cool.
He's always like cheekily looking at you like,
No.
No, 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 no.
where is Dama?
God, I look amazing.
Destroy him. Destroy him. Mama.
There's something so satisfying about just catapulting yourself. I hope they add stuff like this to maps eventually. Not this in particular, obviously, but, you know, moving objects.
That's it, I'm leaving.
No! Yeah, it's a good thing to practice to like learn how to use your stamina a bit.
Sharp. Sharp.
Just the actual dead. Yeah, that was so funny. I was like, wait a minute, what's wrong with their eyes?
Woohoo! Fuck.
So, one thing you can do, if you're like at the last bit of your stamina, is press shift, or I don't know what button comes up for you, but there's a button that says
It's-
lunge.
What's it for me? L3.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, you basically like do that when you're just about to run out of stamina, and it gives you like a big fucking leap.
How'd you get off the top of this?
You have to
Okay.
jump, but make sure you're grabbing.
Grabbing.
As in climbing. Make sure you're climbing when you let go.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Hurra up! Ah.
So is he like making coffee, like fucking picking the seeds, roasting them, and picking the beans and roasting them, or
Are
some
you
shit?
seeds?
Like beans, whatever, same thing.
The musical fruit.
Good lord.
Let's have beans for every meal.
Is he like slapping water to make it hot or something? Like Jesus Christ.
No, he's punching the water. Also, he has to go get the milk from the
Catch it.
cow. I don't know. Oh,
Right. You're one of those people who have milk in their coffee. Disgusting.
are you not? You have a black?
Oh yeah, no sugar as well. I fucking love it. It's so good.
Oh.
It's so good.
What about tea? Would you drink black tea?
When I used to drink tea, I never had any sugar or milk.
Do you have like lemon?
I used to just drink green tea. Nothing. Just
I'm
pure.
awful.
Yeah,
I have so much honey.
just.
So good. Ah.
Mama!
Is he here?
No,
God
I'm
damn it.
trying to summon him.
Oh, I see. Damn it, I could have been sailing.
Oh,
There
Mama.
he is!
Oh,
Alright.
is he? I don't see him.
What do you mean? She's muted.
I'm not in the Discord.
Yeah, I
but-
think.
Oh, can you hear mine? Uh-oh. Yeah, I need to turn down the fucking options. I'm gonna mute here though now.
Get in the fucking game!
Yeah, kind of loud to be fair. Let me put it down. Okay.
Is he joining? What's he doing? Make him hurry.
You little spider, what are you doing?
I'm trying to startle him.
Okay.
The problem is, you burn stamina, so I'm waiting for him to fucking get on.
Ah. Oh! That was quick, right? I mean, talking like fucking, you can't hear me. Yeah, good. Twat.
Are you decoding the Morse code? Oh my god, can you speak?
That's actually a
I
good
think you
point.
might have been muted this whole time. I
Yeah.
thought you were just being mysterious.
Yeah, I thought
You
so.
haven't said anything. Sir?
Oh, look what you've done to him.
I was just like, oh, he's just being quiet, but.
Wait, is he there now? Hello?
Ramiku?
Hello?
Cool.
Ramiku?
Hello? Sir?
Cool.
Maybe restart all the invites?
Oh no. Ah. Run,
Yeah, because
Green
he's
Bean.
usually quite quiet, but there's usually a waterfall to like supply the background noise.
Oh no.
Well, he at least responds when people talk to him, but like,
Yeah.
I was like, he's just emoting, maybe he's not feeling chatty or something. But like,
He's being mysterious.
that's the thing, yeah.
Oh,
Mama!
are we all green?
No,
Wait, what?
green boys, green beans.
What the fuck am I in an elevator?
Ah!
That melodic shard from above. Sure. Why do I have a passport? This feels oddly realistic.
If you if you hold left click, you can customize yourself.
Yeah.
Could be, it could be
I
purple.
thought I'm gonna be checking the balls now.
You also have a skirt on. I might want to change.
Oh, there's the
Change that
waterfall.
skirt.
Speak,
He,
sir.
he can. We can hear it.
Cool.
We can hear. Don't worry.
What?
Just.
What?
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello. Hello. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
No.
Sure, I'll be a line.
No. You will not be alive. You will not be alive. Okay.
Yeah, we don't have a teal person yet. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The
we're
same
gonna be the
face.
same.
Yeah.
Shit, I have to
I'm
change.
just gonna
What?
do a.
The
Yes,
fuck.
brother.
The fucking O
Yeah.
mouth is so good.
Unless I want to cringe in pain.
Going climbing.
Yeah.
Yes, we are.
Hello,
Hell
Ramico.
yeah.
Hey, Momo.
Good morning. I've tagged Neck, but he's not replying. Which is breaking my heart. But
It's fine. You could take a little more.
God damn, you got that monobrow.
Is Omega busy?
You need monobrow. What are you
Uh,
saying?
Yeah, he's not gonna join today.
Well, that is kind of like, yeah,
There's
it's
a-
like
there's a mirror here.
you're trying to create a union between the brows. You're trying very
They
hard.
are a union. I have got one going. Can't you tell? Let's have a look. Oh. So very close. Can you tell? I'm so close to getting them.
So close to perfection.
Yeah. You look quizzical as fuck.
Classic.
Very.
Why does that feel look like a stoner?
What do you mean?
I think it's the eyes. I think it's mostly the eyes.
Monaco looks pure as heart.
Yeah, he's a wholesome boy.
Oh, yeah, he does.
Alright, Mama, speed on. Let's come here. Here.
How do you do emotes?
Hold R.
It's different.
R for remote.
Nice.
No, no, no.
What was that?
You can bounce people. We'll go over it. Let's Effie wants
Mama.
to do a demonstration.
Mama.
Yeah.
Mama.
Hmm?
This is a practice wall. You hold left click to grab onto wall and you climb. You have stamina.
Does it matter to actually grab those colorful thingies?
Not
No, not
really. If you press shift at the last
Shift is lunge.
yeah, at the last
Yeah, you
minute
gotta do it
use
at the
it.
end.
Yeah, because it burns so much stamina, but if you do it at the last minute, you're kind of making the most of it, you know.
When you're up and hold right click as me. When I hold right click, I can bring you up. So right click
Oh no.
is trying to grab a friend. Shift is sprint and lunge. Jump. And everything is about
If you
stamina.
spam-
Yeah, that's
Some
better.
You
nice-
spam
Yeah,
control.
I'll the mouse.
That's about it. Rest
No,
you
if you
wanna know.
spam sorry, spam crouch. If you spam crouch, you just kind of wobble.
Mama, get your ass off me!
Oh,
Get off
that,
me!
yeah, that's the other thing. So if you crouch, Mo, if you crouch up to someone and then jump, you can like, yeah, you just give them a boost. You can literally like walk under people. It's fucking great.
Time to game, gamers.
Let's do it.
I'm gonna start the game.
Make sure it's not
I
ascent,
need my
by the way.
passport. Get your passport there. I don't know. Maybe.
Good morning.
Oh, what's the
Oh, what
Money.
happened? My truck. Did you just hit the trumpet? Give me the trumpet!
It's my boogle.
The-
Fine,
No!
fine. You can have the bulge.
I just want to just try it one time.
Yeah, go
Okay,
for
hold
it.
on.
It's so sad.
Okay, thanks. How do I drop it?
You sound
There
like
go.
you need a Snickers.
So, in case anyone crashes, you can just rejoin the game. And it should be
Ah, that's
fine.
good.
Do we all get compasses or do only one people get? It's all shared.
Yeah. Items are shared.
This is Bing
You
Bong.
have 3 slots. Is it Bing Bong? You have stamina, which will be fucked by hunger and by weight and
Oh.
such.
Stop smelling it. Oh, it's gone.
Oh, I hit the tree.
What you got? You got some nuts? I got bing bong.
Feel free
You
to
want
take.
my trail mix?
Feel free to have a look at the guidebook if you need a hand. You can also read while walking. So, yeah.
I'm gonna get some coconut.
How not to die?
The poison shoes will get you. No wonder.
That's mouthful, but it doesn't. Ah. Never abandon a friend. This will totally never happen. Oh, there you have an extra.
Nut!
Nah.
Yum. Where are they?
They are our friends.
I don't know.
Why is it tank?
Oh, they're still stuck at the crash site. Are you guys still at the crash site? Oh, okay. Q to drop. The buttons are on the right, by the way, if you need to remember what they are.
Nah.
Also, Mo, stay right
What's
there.
that?
I'm gonna feed Mo a coconut. Eat my nut. There you go.
Wait. Wait, I have some too.
Wait. Yeah! Let's
Yippee.
go.
Let's go.
There's some more coconut here. Effie cracked them. Wait, where's
I
Millie?
really wanted to pick it up.
Oh, she slipped on the thing as well.
Ah! What the fuck was that?
Coconut.
Oh, it's a jellyfish.
Coconut here. If you want. Yeah.
Friggin' coconut. Hell yeah.
Oh! Oh, it's a coconut.
Yeah.
Oh,
Alright.
nice, delicious.
It is delicious.
I see.
So we need to
Want
climb.
coconut, bro?
We need to climb this.
Yeah.
We have to get up there. It's perfectly easy.
What the fuck?
Up on the tree?
No, the top of the
Up
mountain.
on that mountain.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, I'll see you guys there. Bye.
Didn't.
This will be good.
Coconut.
I'm not gonna mention the fog until it happens. Ooh. Okay. Let's do it.
Let's go.
We can find luggage on the way.
Lunch?
Ooh, luggage.
Luggage.
Luggage woman.
Lunch.
I mean, it's kind of like lunch.
Finish lunch.
Lots of luggage.
Luggage.
Yeah.
You find like clothing and stuff? Oh, look, I found lunch!
If you have.
I have a piton.
No!
Give it.
I found lunch!
I have a piton.
have one of your things in your inventory, you can just press the thing like hotkey and it just puts it down.
Looking for an energy
One
drink with
lunch?
me.
I found Namiku.
I don't have space. Ah.
I'm all
Me
full.
neither, no.
Want a
Uh,
lollipop?
Eat this.
yeah, eat the lollipop.
No,
It's delicious.
Let's go.
Whoa!
Physics kind of remind me
Come
of a
on,
less
let's go,
scuffed
she's
human
gay.
full flat.
He's gay as fuck.
I've never felt more
Let's go.
empowered.
Yeah, let's go.
Ah. Oh, I'm sleepy. Oh no.
Oh, she's got the big sleep.
That's
Oh,
a
thank
good way to
you.
go here.
Oh, sleepy.
Oh, this is kind of an awkward one.
Left and right, maybe? And the Ramiko found big luggage.
We could technically go right and then across the bridge and then further right. Or you can go that way. I'm gonna go right.
Can I open your backpack?
Yeah, so I have to drop my backpack to get things out of it, so technically I have to rely on people to get things out.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought I could just casually steal from all of you now.
No. This is the backpacks. You can get one every campsite. Oh god. Okay.
I'm trying to concentrate. Oh, thank you.
It was just a vibe check, Sam.
Fucking vibe check my ass. There's like a green thing in that bush. Is it a berry? Oh, I see.
Yeah. So, should I tell them what's good and what's bad, or?
It looks unripe, I guess.
I mean, I
I
know the
don't
jelly
know what's
was.
good and what's bad.
Oh.
Oh,
I know the
well.
jelly
we'll
was
have to find
wonderful.
out.
Hang on. There might be a way this way.
That looks awful.
Ah, it's perfectly safe. I have no idea what you mean. Okay. It's although I don't know how many people we can get here. Yeah.
Go further. We'll grab each other.
Okay.
So I go further. You grab the person behind you, Miller. Yeah. You know
Yeah.
how to. Oh, it was. Oh no!
I have an energy drink.
That's not drink it, brother.
Are you
That would be
okay?
Yeah.
Do you want a
Well,
rope?
my leg is broken, but sure.
Do you want a rope?
No,
You broke my leg?
I'm
Shit.
fine. I'm fine.
Okay.
Just make sure you give them like help.
Yeah.
This is kind of ass.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Yeah, this
Oh.
one. This one's. I can't fucking walk. Hang on. Yeah, you're safe to climb this. Just like hug the wall and move, wrap around.
Go.
What?
Maybe
I can grab you.
Jump onto the
Okay.
sideboard and just hug it round.
Yeah. You don't have to do a jump or anything. Just hug it. Just hug it.
Thank you.
Like hug it.
I don't know where they went.
We're here. We're
Yeah,
here.
you're
Look.
okay. Climb that and just go right. Just
Yeah,
go
there you go.
right.
Yeah.
Oh, you can grab Effie, yeah?
Oh, it's fine.
Where's Ramaku?
Probably you found him. He's already at the top.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Probably already finished the game.
There you go.
I have a level bandage.
Huh? I stole your nuts.
Nah! My nut! My
I didn't
second
even do it
nut!
intentionally.
That's
Cool,
fine.
that's here.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, you're up there!
How the
What the
fuck?
fuck, Rami?
Ah!
Yeah, there's
Coconuts
fog.
here, I need to know.
They didn't heal me.
Hello?
No, they don't heal. They don't heal.
Hello.
Hello? Hello?
Wow, lost all my stamina in one go.
Yeah, be careful if you're like grabbing the platform, the wall multiple times in one climb.
Nothing's fighting
If
going on.
you like jumping or landing and stuff, that takes a lot of stamina.
Yeah, I was just holding my left leg. but for some
Are
reason-
you injured, Ramaku?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought you were asking.
I am.
'Cause yeah. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, I see luggage. Oh, there's a
What
bunch
is
of
that?
luggage here.
Well,
Yeah.
Digby, do you see this?
See what? Sorry, hang on. Oh, that's an explosive chest. It has good loot in it, but it'll damage you. It's not big damage, but it can be a bit of a
Careful, there's
nuisance.
this fight.
same thing.
We have eels.
Whatever you're into.
Effie.
Help me.
There you go. Oh, stop turning. And you need to eat this.
Bandage, thank
There
you.
we go.
I have free stuff.
okay.
so I can-
I have one space in my backpack. Oh, nice. Sports drink. Should we go open the detonating chest?
Oh hell yeah.
I want to open the detonating
I'm
chest.
gonna-
gonna
the compass.
Not really.
Shit.
Where was the chest? Is it here?
So some
Was it up there?
give you extra
Where was
stamina
it?
that's like
Oh, there it is.
doesn't regenerate, but it's like a backup.
They give you footprints and have like a little tiny bar.
Yeah, you should be safe there.
So that's like a backup. You don't want
Ow. Oh no. Oh.
Pandora?
The Pandora's lunchbox. It's really rough. I still haven't found what's good about it yet, besides the fact that it can cure like the res sickness, but that's about it.
Doesn't seem to do like.
I feel like it does more damage than it's
Like,
worth.
stand at the edge and hold right click is when you are grabbing them, and when they are in the reach, it automatically grabs them.
Hmm.
I need a bandage.
He has a boo boo.
Yeah, I got blown up. Oh, move, 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 move!
Afraid?
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
Evil.
Yeah. That's as bad as it gets, I assure you.
Haha.
Jump this, maybe?
Yes, probably would have gone lower, but yeah. I might need help doing this, but yeah.
Oh
Eh. Thank you. Probably want to go. Can we make it to the bridge? Is there any point going up the bridge?
Oh, thank you.
What is it?
Oh my goodness, you are very low. I have to do it.
Yeah.
You know what? Try.
Are you hungry?
Nah, my bar was completely
Sounds
empty
similar.
once I left on.
So you shift around, then just press space once to jump, and then immediately try to latch on.
Bing bong. Huh? No?
Okay? Yeah, good shit. Right, let's go. Yeah, the fog is certainly rising.
This is awkward.
Wait, what's the fog about again?
It's Fortnite.
Oh.
Yep. It's like below us, and it rises, and you don't want it.
You guys good?
Oh, okay. So when people grab me, my stamina just goes.
You know you don't have to climb that high, right? You could have just gone around there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a lot simpler if you just go that way. Yeah, and then if you just go around, you can just catch the bridge by going up the wall. Yeah. Just wrap around the
There's
left.
a chance that thing is gonna break.
So
Well,
we
just
don't-
go fast.
We don't want to be like a lot people at once.
I don't know if that's how... Is that how it works? Because I actually have no idea.
I don't know either, but
Oh god. Oh, Jesus Christ, you made me nervous.
That was a big one.
do we have any like coconut or something from Smoker?
I have... Let me have a look at what I got. I've got...
Another cup in it.
I have Pandora's
Thank
lunchbox.
you. That I'm not that hungry. Thanks.
Is there a way...
I got it.
Is there a way through this crevasse?
Thank you, sir.
Wait, hang on. Let me try this.
Medic. Coconut.
Bad idea, bad idea,
Hell
bad
yeah.
idea.
So, maybe on the right you can go like from under.
I did try. I don't know if you want to have another look. This is really
The left
awkward.
looks nice.
Oh, is that a thing? It is not a thing. Oh. I'm getting down. Fuck that.
Oh,
Oh, did you get up?
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Did you manage to get up?
Not yet, because I slipped
Oh, I see.
before climbing.
Could you not?
This looks doable. Yeah.
Where the-
Go like from.
Oh, I
down
see.
first.
I see. Yeah, there's a way back here. There's a way back here.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a bit
alright,
awkward,
I
but
think.
yeah, you gotta jump
If
from
you
like
if you go
here.
there to that ledge and then like latch on top, you can like.
Oh, this is really awkward. I might need help.
Ah! Ow. Okay.
Hello,
You're
thank you.
fat.
Pop.
You don't need to go like up. You can come from like
You're in
downstairs.
my way.
Oh, it's holding you up.
I guess we can go up there next. This is so
I don't know,
awkward.
I can show you which way.
Oh,
Yeah, just
that's them.
if you just go there, really. Can you see my hand? Yeah. Recover your stamina, careful. And then when you like look above yourself after, you can just go up. And that's where the labs are. Yeah. And just go uppies, uppies, uppies. Yeah.
I ain't got stamina for this. Oh, you saved
It's
me.
all good.
Ah!
Kevin, let go of the wall. Let go of the wall. There we go. Yeah, you're fine. It's a bit tight.
It's awkward, but it's doable.
Yeah, I think we're gonna try going up here. Maybe this looks closer.
Because every time I look up, it doesn't climb.
Yeah.
Oh, now it works.
Yeah.
Although,
Yeah, it's a bit ass, but
hello.
can I get a hand, please?
Ramaku's falling. Ramaku's falling. No, I went to catch Ramaku.
No.
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Okay, good.
I'm gonna eat.
Oh no. Oh god. Hang on. 1 second.
Oh, this one's kinda awkward as well, but it's doable.
Ooh. Oh. Oh.
Oh.
I can get a rope if we need it.
I'm gonna use rope here.
I mean, I can do one here. How's this?
Oh, well, why did you go there?
I haven't put it down yet. Wait, where did you go?
There's a.
Yeah, that looked scarier.
I'm gonna.
Alright, fine.
You can go straight up here.
Yeah, we can do the same here. That's fine. I should probably help
This will give
someone.
them rope, I guess.
Do you guys need rope or are you fine?
No, get them
I
rope.
think at this
It's
point
a
I'm a bit too
really-
damaged to
It's a
climb
really
this.
awkward climb.
Just jump.
It's a really awkward
Yeah,
climb.
there you go. I'm here, I'm here. There you go. How damaged are you? How much
Thank
stamina
you.
have you got? Oh god.
Not much.
So try and jump to like here somewhere. Just get a leap and then come over. Yeah, there you go. I got you, I got you, I got you, I got you. I got you, there you go.
I really have to do the shift in the end, otherwise I can't make
yeah.
There's a yellow bay there, over yonder. That's all.
A yellow. A yellow. That's tasty.
Wow.
Yellow taste.
Yellow good.
Yellow good.
Yellow very good.
Oh.
Yeah, what is that?
Magic bean.
Oh.
It's a magic bean.
Don't drop it, don't drop it, don't drop it.
I'm not dropping it. I got my bean.
Oh Christ, okay.
There, baby.
I think we can go on the left, yeah. I think there's a bit here. There it is. Yellow! I'm gonna grab one because I really need it.
Thank you.
Yum, yum, yum. There's 3 more, I think.
Is this like the taste? Is this the good mango?
It gives you extra stamina as well.
No.
I don't know if this is the right way to go, but I'm just gonna check.
Thank you.
I'm gonna check left. Just be careful not to be too many people on the bridge. Okay.
This looks good. This is good. Over here. Oh no, the bridge!
Well, this is stinky.
Oh, you might still be able to climb up here if you can. Can you get up here?
Both ways is fine.
Oh, really? Okay.
If you,
I'll come here then.
Can you get it? Oh, you're coming up here. Holy shit, you're just going straight for it.
I just went for a.
There was another ledge.
Sliding every time. Wait,
But yeah,
Oh,
you can go this way.
Or you just,
Watch your
put
step.
them right next to me at the
Yeah.
wall and
Thank you.
And then up here. Thank you. Oh, watch the jelly. Do not touch the jelly. Oh, that would be a bad way to go.
Oh my god, there's a jelly up here. I'm doing.
Yep.
Okay.
Ooh. Yum. Chubby! I'm gonna cook it later.
Cook stuff?
Yeah.
Oh.
What's over here? Oh, this looks good. Yeah. There we go. We made it! We made it! We did it!
What?
We made it! It's here!
Oh my god. It's just gonna be like scene. It's like, we done it! Oh no, we didn't.
What do you mean?
And she has to transition.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah. Are you good?
fire!
Oh.
Yeah! Excited.
Where's my bugle of encouragement?
There's a note! Oh, I've got the bugle. I've got the bugle in my backpack.
I have Bing Bong.
Bonus rule
Bing
number
bong.
2. Gather round the fire. If you find a nice place to light a campfire, make sure to bring your friends close by first. The fire brings something even better than heat.
Oh.
And that's my— oh yeah, you get healed and stuff if we're all next to the fire.
What the fuck is this? Mama, do you want
This is a
this?
special item.
The idol!
I do. Mama, pick it up.
Whoa, no, 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 no! Oh,
Does it heal me?
Let me put it here.
Achievement.
Oh.
I've left it on the floor here so it doesn't roll down the fucking mountain again. Someone want a backpack?
Ramiko, maybe? He's a experienced
Yeah.
fella.
So are you.
Alright, fine, I'll take you. Got that.
I suppose we could put the idol in the backpack.
I have Piton.
Oh, okay.
Not my— mine's full, mine's full. Yeah. Effie's got it, Effie's got it.
She's got a backpack.
Yeah.
Give him a second. I'm just.
Make sure to grab your marshmallow. Do not
Oh,
eat.
hell yeah.
Do not eat it. Do not eat it. It is
No,
a—
no.
it is a giga food thing. Did anyone get any heals
Yeah,
by
of
the
course
way?
you're gonna go on a fucking sugar rush.
Did anyone get anything to heal with? I need heals.
I think campfire should heal, no?
Oh, it might. Yeah, that's a good point. Alright.
Gather round, children. Get
Do-
your marshmallow.
Do we all have marshmallows?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Ramiko, where's your mush?
There we go.
Yeah.
Alright.
Let's light the campfire.
Yeah. Okay, I'll light it, I guess.
I'm lighting it.
Alright, now cook.
How to cook.
There we
Now it's
go.
delicious, and it recovers a lot of hunger. So you know, like keep it for when you get
You
hungry.
can cook anything you want.
Can I cook this as well?
You can, yes.
So I want to
can't
do
cook
that.
Bing Bong.
You can cook anything you want. Like, you can cook rope.
Cook him.
Ah, you
Oh,
cooked
no,
Bing
she
Bong.
You can also cook him again
No.
to make him well done.
No, he looks good like this.
Yeah, a bit toasty. Let's go.
Let's do it. I'm gonna eat my chubby. Oh, that was a good chubby.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I'll see you all on the other side.
What the? How'd you grab onto there?
You're on control. I don't know. Have you pressed same way as you grab rope?
Coconut. I have coconuts down here. Oh no! Oh god, what happened to Mo? Oh shit! Hang on, hang on, hang
Oh,
on.
he asked.
Someone take my backpack. I can carry him.
You have the idol. It's fine.
No, no, no. We can just heal him. We can just heal him.
Oh, do you know?
Why did he take damage? What the fuck?
He couldn't grab the vine.
No, I mean he just took damage on my back. But yeah, do you want to take the backpack? Are you
I think I'll take Momo.
okay. How do I... There we go. So yeah, if we can find something to heal him with, we can get him back.
Do you have that confirmed?
Bandage, first aid. Yeah, it's confirmed. It does work. Yeah. But
Eat.
yeah, so
There's
if
some food over here.
bandages,
Yeah, also
bandages, first aid kit,
first aid
and
kit,
remedy
cure-all.
fungus. Oh, and the cure-all, but I doubt we'll find that. Yeah.
Okay, let's go. We got him. There's a lot of bats to not touch,
Yep.
so be careful, Millie. You okay?
Ooh.
Don't be friends behind.
I have a shelf fungus. I don't actually know how to get up this. This is really awkward. I think there's a way up. Oh, there might be a way up here. Hang on. Yeah, this looks like it might work. Oh, it's raining though. Be careful. Yeah. I was hoping to go up to the left, but is that going to be too hard to do? Oh no, hang on. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, that doesn't work. That really doesn't work. I'm gonna try and do the jump, fuck it.
Whoa.
I guess we're going left.
It does have more access. Oh!
What?
Sorry.
Oh, you look like a little lemon up there.
There was something very bad up here. You gotta be very careful if you're coming that way. Okay. Oh, hey.
Those bees?
There are
Yeah, they're
bees, and they are fucking mean.
Can we steal the honey?
Yes, but
Oh!
At your
Is that
own
just
risk.
it?
yeah, huh?
There's a big
Doggy.
loggy.
But
What's that?
it's very out of the way.
I don't see any from where I'm standing.
There's big orange box.
Oh,
the-
that's really
it's
out the
covered in
way.
vines.
Yeah.
I need hand.
You're gonna, okay.
Thank you.
You can just run up this.
Thank you.
Oh no, it's slippery.
Oh, where the fuck do we go from here?
Don't die on me, Momo.
I'm gonna have a look this way. I don't know if this is gonna be correct, but we'll see.
Thank you.
Is there anything over here? It doesn't look good. This is not a good. Oh, hang on.
Here on the left looks alright-ish, I think.
Careful your bum. Careful.
I don't like this. Oh, this doesn't go anywhere. Hi guys.
Oh, hi!
Yeah, this was a bad idea.
I don't even know where you are.
I'm on the vine.
Can go in deeper from here.
Oh, can we?
I don't know if it's good, but you can.
Watch out, watch out, watch out! Oh! Oh god, are you alive? She got blasted.
I'm totally fine.
What do you mean you're totally fine? I just watched you get fucking thrown.
Yeah, I'm fine.
What?
You're sense no feeling? So those things explode. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just a bit hungry. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. This looks interesting. Nope. Ooh, ah, ooh, ooh, ah.
I'm just having a look. Hang on. Oh my fucking Christ!
That was an explosion.
Jesus. Hang on. I think I have an idea. One second. There's a way up here. If you try and get up the vines, the roots even, but play it safe. Don't do anything risky. Up here, Effie, not up there. So like go down to like the other one here somewhere. Where Millie is right, basically. Yeah.
Oh no! Are you okay?
What?
You
Is he okay?
save your micro. Save him.
Where's he going? Oh.
He's just taking a different way up. That's fine. Oh, are you going further up? Is there a way?
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? Fuck it. There's a way up here at least, but I don't know.
That looks okay. On the.
Okay. Alright, I guess we're going this way.
Be careful when you turn physically as well, Millie, so you'll start slipping.
Yeah.
What?
You're winning. Just be very cautious when you turn. This is very narrow.
Oh.
Yeah.
See a red thing down there.
It could be a good red thing, but it also could be a bad red thing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, Ramiku, don't do it.
Wait, what's he doing?
He's
We got
holding a
bananas.
He got banana peel menacingly.
Do it. Do it.
Don't do it.
Do
Don't do it.
it.
Don't touch.
Ah! Oh, it's up there. Okay.
Oh.
There's some button shrooms up here. Wait, these button shrooms have like
Luggage.
dots on them. I'm gonna eat it. and see
Lugage?
what happens.
In front.
Yum, 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 yum. Get it.
Oh, there's exploding. Careful.
Yep. There's a lot of bad here.
Trail mix.
What's that? What's the blue banana?
It's food.
Okay. Oh, it's just. Oh, it's a peel.
Yeah. You don't really need them.
We can take the wine, I guess. I'm gonna try it.
Yeah. That's... Oh, that is a reach. We could also... Where's that banana peel?
It's not too bad.
Did you make it?
I did.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, well hang on, I want to try something else. Oh my god, that shot like a bullet, what the fuck?
This has a yeah, Emily, so you'll have to jump towards me and grab.
Where's
Jump and
Ramaku?
grab.
Oh god, Ramaku, are you sure that's a... Okay. Alright.
Yeah.
I'll go join Ramaku to make sure
I see a
everything...
lot of luggage.
Yeah, there's a lot of luggage here.
Oh.
Hang on, I'm on my way.
Yeah.
I'm on my way to Ramaku, I mean. There we go.
If you go to your right,
Oh, I see it! I see it! I see the...
there's like 2 different luggages.
The... Ooh! The mother load. Oh no, no, don't you dare. Oh, you're fine. You're fine. I can help you up if I can get there in a sec. Just give me 1 minute, I'm just gonna wait for the rain. What? Okay then, I guess. Not gonna wait for the rain. Jesus.
Lend me a hand, Pat.
Yeah, well, you're gonna need to wait for the rain. Ugh. We can't hang on. Hang on, we'll figure it out in a minute. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, there's bees as well. They will come towards you if you're too close, so just be careful. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm gonna have this. I'm also gonna have this. Do you have room for the rope cannon?
Kinda.
Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake. Trail mix. I'm just gonna move this stuff away real quick. And a rope. So, we can probably feed Mo some of this stuff, because he's probably hungry anyways. Can you drop him for a sec? Alright, yeah, pick him up. There you go. I don't have room for... Yeah, okay.
No healing though. I'm only
Yeah. Hello. This way looks good. Sort of. Yeah. Oh!
Let's go!
Where? Oh, are you gonna do that jump?
I was hoping to throw it. Throw it!
No, that's not gonna reach. That's not gonna reach. Hang on, I'll go down and get it. One sec.
Are you hungry? Do you know what about it?
Give me bandage. I will deliver. Alright, are you ready?
Don't fucking
Let's
throw
do
it,
it.
dude.
It's alright, we're gamers. Catch it! What are you doing? Why didn't you catch it? What the fuck?
I tried! It's gone. It's so gone.
I could have delivered it. You.
It was at your.
bitch.
It was in your face.
You absolute fucking moron, honestly.
It was honest. What do you mean? I threw it just
I didn't even have
fine.
to give it to you.
Oh.
Oh shit.
Okay, Momo, you will have to wait a bit longer.
Yeah, circumstances that were out of our hands have led your death to be a bit prolonged.
Literally out
No one
of
could have done anything about it.
Might want to wait for the
Fucking
rain.
guy. Wait.
Yeah, yeah. Ow, fuck.
Wait.
Coffee break continues. He just put in my fucking chat.
I ain't doing different shit ever.
Ow. I do need a bit of help, actually.
Where are you? I can't see you.
I haven't climbed yet because I was getting some beehive to eat. Hello. I'm very poisoned.
Serves you well. Get up, bitch.
Hang on, I need to wait for the rain. Also, is there a lower spot we can go to? Like to the side here, maybe? Okay.
It's slippery.
Oh,
like,
oh, I
can't-
see, I
can't.
see. Okay. I'll try from like here. Thank you. There we go. Thank you. Poison's wearing off now. Like half my fucking bar was just poison. Is it easier to go this way?
Where's your doggy?
Just an energy drink. Oh, there.
How can you get it?
it go? Oh.
Antidotes.
I guess I could chug it if you don't need to. If you don't want to carry it.
I can carry it.
Okay.
This is very unfortunate, though.
You can just feed Momo with everything and see what sticks.
Can we like feed him food, maybe?
Yeah, I fed
Like,
him. I
maybe
fed him.
this-
He's not.
yeah?
Yeah, he's fully damaged.
Oh,
The
that's
guy is
positive.
fucked.
Are kingberries healing?
I think they can poison. Depends which color. I don't think they heal though.
Right, maybe? This way? There's like a shop.
Oh, is there? Oh, I was being a lot more risky.
There are berries.
Is there a way up?
I would actually
Oh, this is.
love one. Hey, yeah.
Oh, have you got a way up?
Careful, there's... Yeah. I think
Oh.
so.
I've chosen the path of danger.
Careful, there's exploded close by. Careful.
Thank you.
I don't know where to
There's
go
a-
from here though.
Yeah,
Oh,
what now?
unless, here maybe?
I don't have a space.
This is
for
gonna be
it.
risky. Oh yeah, this is so fine. Yeah, this is alright. Just watch your head.
Um,
God. Just
I did
imagine.
not watch my head.
I'm wondering if you stabbed Mo as well.
I'll be tested.
Just
I'll
fucking stabbing his
The boy
corpse.
will be fine.
Looks good.
He hasn't complained yet.
Might want to wait for the rain.
I
Yeah.
don't know what everything is.
I don't know if I can even do that with the rain. Let me have a look around here. You cannot damage me more than I have damaged myself, says Mo. Says the spirit of Mo. Is there anything up here? Oh, nice. Oh, not nice. There we go. Watch out here, this is very dangerous.
What did they do?
You have the antidote, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, watch your step. I think this is the knockback one.
I think we can find.
Hmm. Okay, give me a second. I think this is fine. Yeah, this is fine. Well, for me, I don't know about you.
Yeah.
There you go. What? Why am I poisoned? Do I have something on me? I have a tick! I have a tick! You can eat it, it's very nutritious. It actually is, it's fucking nuts how much it gives. Whoa! Fucking.
Careful, Melita, that's the poison gun.
I didn't see that.
We made it though.
Oh, we actually made it without healing him.
Oh, that one. Oh, that one. That one explodes.
Amazing.
You'll get damage. Like, I think.
Is there a way we can get to see them? Where are they? Oh, I see them, I see them. How you doing?
What is it?
Skull?
I'm sorry,
There's
what?
Skull?
Eat it.
Okay, hold on, let me...
No!
Okay,
I would say leave marshmallow for later.
I have study. What do you mean with it?
Commune?
Oh my god!
Okay, I'll resurrect you. I'll resurrect you. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. It's alright.
It's alright, I'll get you. You'll be fine. I promise.
Oh no!
Oh, I am. Pull out. I'm from everything. How much can we expect?
Wait, what? Why? Hold up! Hold up! Hang on, Mo, are you alive?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Millie sacrificed herself to res Mo, I think.
You saved your man.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Wait, that's a thing?
Apparently,
Yes. I
we
didn't know.
she just found a cursed skull and communed with it. She just fucking perished.
Well, I appreciate
Women
it.
alone for 5 minutes.
And I do a cold shit.
What the fuck? Oh my God, that's insane.
I mean, if that actually gave me like the full energy bar and full health and full everything, that's efficient.
That's really cool. She did have to. Effie did have to use the idol to get Millie back, but yeah.
Is the idol used for anything else?
It's just resurrecting people who are actually dead. Yeah.
I have a leech. Can someone be leech?
Yeah.
I'm not leech.
Oh, I thought I was dead then.
No, so you'll be dead if we leave you behind. You have like a timer if we don't pick you up.
Really? I have a tick on my leg. Can you pick it up, please?
Oh, eat it! Eat the tick! It's delicious.
You can eat it if you want. It doesn't poison you. It's just
It actually gives you so much fucking hunger, it's insane.
Mm.
I don't know if this is a good way, I can't
There's
see
quite a
below
bit of Effie in
me.
there. Squish.
What's
What's the shell?
I am very poisoned.
Do you not have an antidote?
I already used it.
Okay, does this way not? I can put a rope down.
No, it's fine. I can go through
Is this
here.
bad? Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, you've basically done it from here. This way, this way, this way, this way. Okay.
I'm just checking.
We're here. This is the top. It's fine. There you
Nice. Yay, Momo! Welcome back.
Hello.
go.
I
That's
didn't
so
know what I
weird.
did for you, but I did it for you.
Hell, I don't have
She
any
saved-
hunger anymore.
She,
It's
she
wonderful.
saved your fucking life, man.
I thought I was gonna have a nice conversation, but you just took my bones.
Oh.
Fixed mine apparently.
Okay.
I think after that plunge I took, I can definitely say that all my bones were broken.
My bones just got removed.
I literally just remember turning around and then just watching you bounce off the fucking ground.
Well, it's because my instructions for the vine were to catch it like I climb.
Oh.
I didn't expect it to
No.
be me.
Oh, I see.
Murder.
Let's see what we got here. I'm gonna trigger the thing.
What are you looking at?
Bulge of friendship!
We have friendship boat.
What the fuck is that?
Let's go.
Oh, friendship
I
boat.
probably shouldn't have blown it. I can't carry this though.
My inventory is empty. What does it do though?
Tramix.
It's like a friend buff. There's another backpack we can put it into.
I'm
Can I
just
put
gonna
it
leave
in?
this here. I don't trust this.
Stop it.
It has a charge, so don't overdo it.
Yeah.
Oh, Pandora box. Ew.
Yeah, I got rid of it. I couldn't be asked to carry it anymore.
Cook it.
Cook the Pandora's box.
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah, fuck it. Incinerate that shit. Alright, we good?
There you go.
It looks even
Okay,
more
very
ominous
good.
now.
Alright. I'm just gonna. What happens if we open it?
Do you want to find out?
Yeah. Ah! Ah! Stop it! I'm
I don't know what
tired now and I'm
happened.
poisoned.
Oh. Can I open it again?
Yeah, go for it.
No.
Might be better this
Like,
time, right?
Can. It has a charge. Does it like randomly do shit?
I have no idea, I'll be honest.
Okay, I'll try it. I'm gonna go away.
You can always feed
No, no,
Millie
no,
as
wait,
well.
No, no, please come back.
Oh. That looked bad.
Okay, I'm not gonna do that again. Apparently, I'm now singed.
Yeah, that checks out.
God damn it.
Okay, let's go.
Alright, now for the
There's
easy
luggage in
one.
the distance.
I see the luggage. I'm honing in on it like a missile.
Is that thing in the background another thing we have to climb?
Obviously.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
What do you think? What do you think you signed up for? Do you think it was going to be a walking simulator?
Yes.
Comfortable holiday with friends.
Get ready for big walk.
No one told me I'll be on the clock.
Explosion will send you all into space. That would have been so good.
Careful.
Oh, this
boy.
is a big. Make sure to grab, grab, and grab.
Bonk.
Big lady.
Shit.
There's a big frost.
Get into shade. Get into anywhere that's shady and you're fine.
Like that down here should be fine. There's me. Are you okay?
She's fine.
Is that common?
Yep.
Millie! Don't get lost.
Chain launcher.
Yay.
Effie, do you want a piton?
I have a piton.
Does anybody want a piton?
I don't have anything in my inventory, so I guess.
Alright, eat
Give
it.
it to him.
Come on, these throws are so good.
I mean,
I
yeah,
found
I catched it with my face.
Yeah.
What does it do?
So when you're climbing, you don't have to hold it. When you're, you just need it in your like actual 1, 2, 3 inventory. But when you're climbing, you can hold right click to set like a checkpoint, and it lets you
Is it
restore
a
your.
consumable or is it just permanent?
It's a consumable. You place it in the wall, and everyone can then rest on that point to get their stamina
God damn
back.
it.
It's good. It's really good.
I'm too small.
I give you. I feed.
Heat pack and another chain launcher. Okay, somebody needs to take a chain launcher. This shit's like too good to just leave.
Huh?
I'm gonna eat this heat
Oh.
pack. Oh my god. See ya.
So here you can get knocked out.
Is anybody taking damage?
But once it starts subsiding, you'll wake up. So,
Only a minimal amount for
Why am I
the last one.
freezing?
chain launcher and granola. Who is hungry?
I'm hungry. Okay, I'm taking frost damage for no reason. What's happening to me?
Mama,
Should be over
Do you
already.
have-
I don't know what's happening to me.
do you have any space?
Guys, I need help.
Not really, but I can.
Guys, I'm gonna perish. Why is this happening to me?
I don't know.
Over here, over here, over here.
What do you want me to do?
Oh, that.
Oh my god, Effie, Jesus Christ.
Ah, I'm tripping.
What is happening to me? I'm gonna die if nobody decides to carry me. Okay, okay. Okay, she just needs to give it a second. Also, I just remembered I need to move my bar. There you go. I have no idea what the fuck that was about. I just took endless fucking ice damage. I think there's a bug. Wait, why can I... Oh, that's your
Can
backpack.
you-
Can you climb?
Can you get the bandage?
Yeah, I got it, I got it. Oh, I can't carry it, but I've got it. I literally can't do anything with it.
Do we have anyone that's hurt? There's a medicinal mushroom
Okay,
down there.
fuck this. We're gonna get that instead. I could get rid of a rope.
Guess I'll open Pandora's box.
Did he just say he's going to open Pandora's box again?
Yeah.
What about the box?
Are you really going to open that again?
Yup.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Okay. Was that fine?
Well, the last charge, it actually just refilled all my shit.
Okay, so that's how that works
Yeah,
then.
yeah, I think the last one might always just heal, because when I was using it, it also like did a bunch of nasty shit to me.
Shit,
but
get in the
end
shade.
Healed me.
Get in the shade. Got the box by now. Seemingly.
By the way, where did Ramiko go off to?
He's just up to the left.
The money.
There we go. Up here.
Shelf mushroom.
Oh god.
I'm gonna get it.
Oh my god, can you fucking climb? Jesus. There we go. Hello.
Hello.
Any capybaras in the chat? I really want to find the capybaras. I've got the fucking bugle. I want to get the achievement. Oh shit. Or at least I think this is my backpack. Yeah, it is.
Bad and cold. I feel like jumping in a bit.
Yeah, it's false.
I believe that left is right. Yeah.
Mm. I think we have to sort of go in and out of the cave. Like along up here and then back outside. At least I'm gonna go have a look at it. Jesus. Jesus fucking Christ. Is there anything up here? Potentially? I'm up here! Hang on. Hang on, hang on. I'll try and guide you in a second. Okay, I went to the right inside the cave. Where are you guys? Hello? Hello? I'm up here. Yeah, Millie can see me. Hello, up here. So try. Just hug the wall around, like, under me, and you should be able to get up. There should be a very narrow way. It's a bit risky if you don't know where you're going, though, so just be careful. I'll try and guide a bit if I can. Jesus Christ. I wish I had the rope, I'll be honest. That would have been really helpful right now.
I have a chain gun, so I don't know what it's for.
Save that, because you can basically create, like, vines, basically. Are we good? You guys alright down there? So,
Guns.
I definitely didn't go that way. Ooh!
Which way did you fucking go?
Literally under me. Literally under where I am right now. Can you see me?
Yeah.
So, there was a path under where I am right now.
I have a path.
As in a path to climb, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I can't see anything.
It's fine.
Yeah. I am waiting at the hardest part, so I'll grab anyone if they need it.
I feel like there somewhere. Go get.
I see Ramaku's name.
Doing it.
Yeah. Oh god, I need to just stay still, Jesus Christ.
What?
Well, you picked the worst point! Fuck! There you go.
Hey.
Jesus, I nearly fell off trying to get you, fuck. There you go. Hello. So we're gonna jump across this in a second.
Jumping
Oh, I don't
across?
like the sound of that.
There.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I can do a shelf here, maybe.
I did do the jump, but yeah, if you guys aren't confident, we can do a shelf.
I don't mind. Try. Okay, I'm going.
Do me.
It's not that bad, honestly.
Yeah, just make you can jump early and it should be fine. Like
Yeah.
no. Are you alive? Over to the left, to the left, to the left. There you go. Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, I know I said you can jump early, but I didn't mean not at fucking all. Good God. Oh my God.
Okay, alright, we'll be fine. Oh, luggage!
Oh, luggage. Nice.
Look, luggage.
There's loads of luggage. Heat pack. Bandages as well if anyone took any fall. Ah, shit. Get in the shade.
No, I'm gonna do it back and go pick up the thing. No!
Oh, I don't need this
I
actually.
do. I do. Hold on.
Oh, there's good shit in there. Hang on, I'm gonna grab that.
Oh, thick mint!
I got thick mint.
Can I have a thick mint, please?
Like the whole thing? Yeah, I can just drop it.
No, just
Oh.
no, just a bit.
Okay.
Thank you.
Here you
That
go.
pink thing over there.
Pink thing?
Is that a big bean?
Oh, it's a sleep berry.
Oh no. Oh no. Not again.
What's that?
So which way are we going?
I'm kind of looking for capybaras, so I don't know.
Want to sleep.
Yeah.
You're unconscious. But you no longer are.
Maybe a bit higher. Yeah, I assume they're going to be a bit higher than this. Keep an eye out for a spring. A very small spring with a bunch of little turds in it.
The energy drink makes you sleepy, doesn't it?
It does, but it
like
makes you
that.
climb super fast. Like for a moment. It's really good. Like I'll show you.
How fast does the sleep go away?
Pretty fast, yeah. It takes a minute. Do you want to give it a go, or
Sure.
just fucking zoom? All right, make sure you just fucking go.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's really good.
Why is the one up there?
Oh yeah, you've been hit by the sleep though. There it is.
No, Mama, no!
What? Oh, he's here. He's here. Hello.
It was like right up there, like here.
Shade, shade over here. Did they go up there? Oh, hello.
Yeah.
I bet.
Oh, is there a way up there then, or not?
I think it is.
Okay. Is anybody hungry?
Okay.
A little bit.
Just a tiny
Okay.
bit.
Figments!
Big mints. There you go.
Damn.
Thank you.
There we go. Is it up here? Where's Effie? Oh, here it is. Oh, that's really fucked. That's really fucked. This isn't really manageable with multiple people. Oh. Oh, you could have gone there. I see. I just wasted so much stamina doing this. I'll wait for you guys and then I'll come over. No, this is a bad one. This is the bad one.
Oh.
Oh god! This is so fucked! Stop climbing! God, stop climbing! Jesus Christ! Oh, I'm going down. Fuck this. Let go of me! Oh my god.
I said a thing.
Why are they? Oh my. I don't want to be here. Get there. Jesus Christ!
I don't like this one.
Trying to get in the shade, man, and you guys just get in my way. Fuck.
Oh, the fucking cold needs to go now.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to get out.
Listen, I was trying to save you.
So is it this way that Remiku went? Yeah, okay, I see
Can we
it.
continue climbing?
Hello. Oh, I need to get my stone, hang on.
Thank you.
So, I guess we'll just use the piton. Where the fuck is Effie? She hasn't said anything.
She's here to my
We're
right.
up, I guess.
Why, she's not saying anything?
She was trailblazing here.
Guys,
Yeah.
I might know why she's not saying anything.
Pick her up, pick her up, pick her up.
Oh, she's fucking gone.
Oh.
Oh.
She just turned into a skeleton.
Hi, Effie. Pick up her backpack. Just if you hold E and then press down. Oh, I just saw that she was messaging in my chat.
What the fuck? No.
Also, hi, Effie.
I didn't pick you up in time.
You know, you can talk. You can talk to us when you're dead.
Oh, there's
Yeah.
a piton. There's a piton on this ledge near the tree, as well.
What?
Piton.
Above us? You said
Oh, I see
under.
it.
Next to the.
down there.
Oh,
Storm.
Oh yeah, you need to go. You need to go, because this is where I just kept taking stacks.
Oh no, that's right.
Ramiku is about to pass out.
Are you okay?
Yeah. Millie has it right. So if you go up, there's the ledge as well.
Okay, well, I took a lot of fucking cold damage. Hang on, I need to wait.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
You should be able to at least hide in there. Like a little cave there.
There's another. I don't think anyone picked up the piton if you need one. He's literally next to the tree down. There's like a little shelf.
Okay.
Yeah.
So did they climb up here?
The left, to your left.
Oh, right.
Yeah, there, and there's gonna be another ledge.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, so just up. I don't know whether you can make it. Hold on, I'll do it.
I think Momo is the healthier.
Yeah. Did he jump up there?
The same route. He's just like he can't make the ledge because he's severely
Frozen.
frozen.
So Momo, just go back where you came from.
No, he's down below.
Yeah. There. You it's alright. Just
Hello?
yeah.
Hello, I'm coming.
To your left, no? I think. Yeah, to your left. And down there. Down there. Yeah.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah,
Oh, I
yeah.
see you.
Coming.
Alright, I'm gonna climb.
Yeah. Get him.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh my god, I got fucked up down there. Jesus
I
Christ.
think I only survived because I stress ate
oh
piece marshmallow.
shit. Get in the shade.
There's a cave right up there.
Oh!
Millie, are you tripping?
Yeah, what? What are you saying?
Hello. Hang on. Did you hit the blue thing?
What blue thing?
I heard an
Just
explosion.
No, what's wrong with
That
you?
was the mushroom.
Oh, I thought you were like... Okay, cool.
Also, Momo has like the bugle of friendship in his bag as well, like the last charge and stuff.
Oh yeah, you could always do that for like a big
Was-
boost.
Does that give you like a big stamina boost?
It regenerates everyone's stamina, but except for you, obviously, because you're playing it and you're not climbing.
So like someone who is waiting can do it to do.
Yeah. Is that?
You can go to your left. Yeah, really. That's
Okay.
good. That's good. Yeah.
This could be a bit
That's
spicy.
Help him. Help him.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, more to the left is still doable.
Thank you.
But you need to go up east, careful.
Oh no! Get back! Get back! Get back! Get back!
No.
Got the lantern.
Oh, lantern! Gather around the lantern. Oh, this is terrible. This is very bad.
It's fine.
I'm taking like double takes. I'm probably gonna pass out in a oh no, okay, we're good.
Can someone help me up quick again?
Yeah.
Thank you.
There we go.
Let's go.
That only goes down. You can either get a piton, or
I've
you
got a
can try to
piton.
climb to the rock to the right, but
I
both
think
is
we can
awkward.
get in there and then get up, no? Oh shit.
Oh, for fuck's
You've
sake.
got to be kidding me. Oh, this is so bad. I swear to god, if we die to the ice, I'm gonna lose
If you
it.
go to the left, there's like a tiny safe spot.
Oh yeah, this is a little bit better, but I think I might still pass out. Oh yeah, okay, it's fine.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay, I have so
well, you need
much
to-
frost, man.
You need to move fast, unfortunately.
I literally can't. I can't do anything right now. But I think we can climb up here if you just jump from... I don't think you even need to do that.
I don't know.
You
if
mean
is
like
doable
this?
more.
Okay.
Lunch, if you can.
Okay, it's a bit slippy up here though.
Is it?
Okay, help them, Mama. Help them.
Yeah, you can just, like, don't worry about the left wall. You can just climb up under it. Okay, fucking... I went to help and I just fell myself.
There's no place to hide for the next ice stuff.
Yeah, so better move quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go to the right where the Digby is going as well.
There's a bit of shade here.
There's like
We're good.
yeah,
Yeah.
it looks fine.
This is really. What?
Okay.
Are we good?
Okay. Yeah.
Just someone get her. Just someone help her.
Thank you.
Okay.
Find shade.
Oh,
Oh, shit, get
there's a
in
lot
there.
of shade. There's a nice bit of shade here. It's just oh. Oh God, Remiku.
Remiku.
Are you fine? Oh, he went the other way.
Oh,
Okay. All right. Cool.
Remiku.
I thought he was ahead of us.
Yeah.
He's fine. He's rubbing around too.
Okay. I'm gonna have a look up here because I'm still looking for the fucking capybaras.
What?
What do the capybaras do?
They do nothing. It's just for an achievement.
God damn it.
Okay, I think we need to go this way. I don't know if we can do this, but
They are to your left.
it's very tight here. Don't all group up. But there's a way up. Yeah. Hello.
Careful, that's,
Hello.
I'm over here.
Have you seen any capybaras up there?
I'm afraid not. No.
No. But we brought the bulge. You guys okay?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. There's like a tiny ledge you can get on, but not both of you. And then you can
No,
climb the
see,
rest of
so
the
I
way.
can't really help.
Yeah, but you can do the rest of the way. There we go.
Thank you.
Easy. And look, we have a berry tree. Although it's a bit far. Have we?
Yeah. If you scale where Ramiko is, I think you're good.
Okay. Hang on. I need my stamina. There we go. Easy. Easiest game of my life. Oh, this is bad. Hurry! Hurry! Oh,
It's fine up here.
yeah. This is in the this is no longer the danger zone. Are there no capybaras anywhere?
What is this?
They're just like in a spring. I'm gonna take a minute to look for the capybara. Give me a sec.
Just try to get to the campfire.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay on the top. I'm not gonna go down. I'm just gonna try and scout. Okay, we need to pop up.
No,
to-
I can't see myself, but I do see like the shadow of my ghost. It's opening.
a little balloon.
Oh, that crystal's cold.
Yeah, be careful of those. Oh, there's there's another gnatberry. I don't see the cappies though.
Remiku.
Damn it.
Hello.
I see a gnatberry, but I don't see a capybara. Sage.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Actually, there's more to look at on the other side, isn't there? I'm gonna go look on the other side. Maybe. I'm gonna cope. I want that fucking achievement, man.
Yeet.
Oh shit. That wasn't good.
That's that true.
But yeah, it's fine without like pop-up tents. It's not needed. Like the game's meant to be hard. I think that's the point. You're meant to use teamwork to get around. No, there's no capybara. Damn it. Every time we bring the bugle, there's no capybara. Every time we don't bring the bugle, there's a fucking capybara. I didn't find anything.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
That's fine.
How do I pick it up?
So do you know how to put stuff in it? There's like one
Yeah,
of those
I
options.
pushed
It,
Oh.
One of those options is a backpack, and that's what's it on you. Wait, it's like down. Yeah, you have it.
Are you guys playing it on a controller?
I am.
She is. Wow, fucking.
Yeah.
I'm on.
Goddamn.
Only 2 schmellos, so.
What?
That's stinky.
A 3?
Well, I picked one up.
Okay, then 3, I guess, because
Oh.
only 3 people reached, so I yoinked someone's.
Oh, okay.
Alright, I'm lighting it.
I mean, I yoinked yours, so that's
I'm
fine.
cooking it. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
alright. Okay, let's go!
Let's do it. Oh, yeah. This is it.
Oh, no.
This is it. Was it Dawn's first time in years? Trying to spit out stupid quotes. Oh, yeah, I mute that thing immediately.
What the hell is this? I don't want to go there.
Don't worry about it, it's okay.
It's right. This is probably the easiest level of them all.
Just like take him with a grain of salt.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you got to also be good, but yeah.
Careful.
I'm assuming I cannot. Assuming I cannot pick it up on map.
No.
Just took fall damage. Oh, well.
So here
Okay,
the
very
lava
cool.
can fall and rise, so you want to get like you want to jump and grab the lava.
Check
is
the
not-
details. Yeah.
Oh, ow.
Egg.
Egg.
Egg?
Egg.
Egg? Egg?
Fucking egg. Oh, that's quite a big jump.
Careful on White Rising, so you better come now. Quick, 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 quick.
Can I make that?
Yeah.
Oh, careful.
Oh, careful.
Don't do what I just did. Do not do.
You have to go. Go, go, go.
You gotta go.
Oh, I see.
Oh, we gotta go.
Oh, we gotta go. Oh, we gotta go.
What about egg?
I'm getting the egg. All good. Who wants egg?
I have one
Can we use
schmello.
those?
Mama wants egg.
We'll get the we'll get the eggs.
Don't throw it!
We'll get
Catch.
the eggs and they.
Oh.
Was that a good throw? Did that land?
Yes, yes. I heard it.
Holy shit. Okay. All right. All right.
Really close to the wall.
Yeah.
Oh, level one.
Great. I'm good.
Nice.
Thank you.
Alright.
Give it to me.
Holy shit.
I'm alright.
I was really hoping to hit someone with it, but I guess I'll take that.
So we want to go across, I suppose. Oh, lava is rising. Careful.
Fine, yeah.
Nice. For now.
Hmm. Oh, there's more egg.
Oh, no. Fucking balls, ass.
This is how we get close to it.
I just wanted to like check my backpack and then it's
Now we
crashed
can
down. Okay, go. Go.
So I press E, right?
Yeah, it's E.
Yahoo!
It's a bit hot, but it's fine.
Thank you. You just press it, just press it.
I dropped an egg.
Do you need the
You
egg?
egg.
No, I'm good.
Does anyone else need egg?
I mean, I could.
There.
Oi!
Thank you.
I'm gonna eat it.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't know if we want to go left or right here. It's a bit fucked. I feel like right is going to set us even further right. Whereas left is just very spicy. Oh, left is very... Oh! Get back. Get away from me.
Why?
From you?
Ow. Bugle of
Oh.
friendship!
Oh, another one.
Do we have a bandage?
Noise.
I don't have a bandage.
No.
That first aid?
Yeah, sure, that'll do. Because I'm holding a remedy shroom, but I feel like that's probably better to save if we're all hurt. Thank you.
Okay, so are we going where?
I guess left would be best.
Yeah, we're good now.
There's a chain that
That
connects.
both looks awful.
Yeah, there is a chain that connects from here to there.
Everything is on fire, so yeah, it looks awful.
This is always the same map, or is it like procedurally generated?
Every day.
It changes every day.
Yeah. Every day it's like randomly. I want to say it's randomly generated,
Yeah,
but I
it's
do
kinda-
think they've got some sort of tool to test that it's doable at least. So yeah, if we're gonna do this chain, you have to fucking beeline it, because you're gonna... well, don't panic, but beeline it, I suppose, because if you start panicking and take fire damage and run out of stamina... Oh no!
Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh, big O.
Oh, no.
Big O.
Oh
Back
no!
up, back 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 up. Back again. Back again. Okay. We got our...
Hi.
Okay,
That's a mess.
This is fine.
Literally the same.
Okay, I think we're good.
Go!
Except the lava's rising again, so now we have to wait.
For fuck's sake.
Again?
Yeah.
Time to go, right?
But yeah, so take once the lava lowers, we're gonna take the chain across, but do not
Wait,
panic.
again?
Oh, what the fuck?
we can't. I don't think this is doable, because
Let's go the other way.
we need to go right.
I mean, it's not scripted, but
Well, I think it's just not good.
Oh boy.
You can do it if you run.
yeah, fine.
I guess that chain over there is gonna be a bit stupid.
No, it's the best we got. I think.
Oh, I was looking at the chain on
Don't
the
go
right.
here.
Oh. Yeah, fuck it.
You can do it.
Okay then. Yeah, we're gonna have to keep going right, I think.
Lava's rising, careful.
Momo, get out there! No, he's not okay! Get him! Get him!
Oh my god.
Oh, it's fine. Thank you. Oh yeah, it is right. Thought I had massive time.
Yeah, I think we need to circle all the way around.
You wait.
Well, what? Fuck off.
It's okay, you can do it. No, I couldn't make it up. I have to go this way. You have to fly,
How the fuck?
Do not do it right now, the lava's rising. But yeah, I basically took the chain. What you can do... Oh shit, this is awkward. What you can do is if you like drop onto the chain and catch it, you slide for like the most part. But wait, obviously, you're not
I
going
don't
to
even trust
slide.
myself that I'm gonna grab it.
I can bugle if we need it. Oh, oh, oh! Oh no!
Oh, that's,
Oh boy, you
that's a
might
giga.
wanna run.
Oh,
He's on a hot rock. That whole rock is hot rock.
Gives.
Well, there goes my additional stamina.
Rise again.
Jesus Christ. That was rough.
Do we still have time, or is it gonna rise?
It's rising.
God damn it.
oh, did you go for this chain?
No, he went for the one straight below us.
That one.
Oh, there's gloss. I didn't see that.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
the thing is, I don't trust myself grabbing that bit.
It will send you the whole fucking way though. That's the nice part. So just don't spam E. It does give you a big window to catch it. If you spam E, you might end up. Actually, maybe you can spam E. I don't think it drops you. Oh god.
I hate it.
All right, you guys good?
Going down.
Get ready. I'd say just as many of you try and go like one after the other. Go. That's it. If you need stamina, just shout.
I think I do.
Huh? I grabbed it and then it let go.
I'm very.
Thank you.
Go, go, go. Faster, faster. Okay,
My
go.
burn is
Jump,
kind of
just
fucking
jump,
me.
jump.
Okay, go up, blow the bugle. Go, 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 go. There you go. Alright, I'm done. The bugle's done.
Yeet it into the lava.
I took burn on the chain nonetheless, so.
Yeah,
I think there's luggage or eggs somewhere there.
that does look like luggage.
Luggage.
Those eggs would be pretty good.
There's a granola and a sports drink.
Ooh. Take the sports drink.
Anyone needs food? There's granola.
I guess if my food is like half my health bar, I guess I should, right?
Yeah, you should. Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Going forward? Or-
There might be a way, but I don't think so.
Oh, that's a big jump.
Is that a chain in the fucking floor?
Wonderful.
Amazing. We can go further right.
That way be better?
Yeah.
Lava's rising.
You can also just live here.
Try to live.
There's some eggs, but I don't think they're worth
Basically a
getting.
room in a nutshell.
This hasn't helped much. I think we need to go
Except the
down
leap to that
here.
other one.
I feel like we need to
Yeah.
like go from down there.
Definitely that.
Well, the lava is dropping, so now's the time.
You can take a bit of fire, don't worry too much, but like if you're taking fire damage, be more cautious about your stamina than the fire. Just you've got more time to just restore. There we go. This is not the time to do that. I think. Yeah, that's not the time to do that.
This looks proceedingly more awful.
What do you mean? It's fine.
Yeah, this is a holiday destination number 1.
Yeah,
We are brave scouts. We can do it. Ow!
Ow.
just it's fine. It's fine.
It's okay.
This,
It's
is,
alright.
this is okay.
Ow.
It's just a
We are
little
just
burn.
you're just a bit toasty.
Yeah,
It's
just-
a sauna basically. It's fine.
Yeah, yeah.
Ow!
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go down. Let's go.
Yeah. Well, hang on, Jesus. What do you mean? Let's go. Let's just jump in the
No,
lava.
Yeah.
All right. This is gonna get extra toasty because we might not make it. So yeah.
Ah shit.
Over to the right, yeah. We all good? Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna climb to get some room. Okay, we're good.
Thank you.
Where the fuck did Effie go? Oh.
I just went through the gap there.
Yeah.
Oh, lava's rising. Oh, this is.
You can get up.
Just
You
try to
can-
get to the high point.
You can get up on that, behind you.
Oh, I didn't even notice that chain.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, phew!
Nope.
This is illegal.
Okay.
It's dropping.
Yeah.
I would take the chain.
I mean, we can just walk.
Go, 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 go.
Okay. We're making it.
That was rising careful.
Yeah. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Oh god, there we go. Oh. Is there a way here? We have a clear way.
At least some good news.
As soon as it starts slowing, just slowly drop here. Yeah.
Oh god, I'm waiting for them to slowly drop. Oh god, you need to move fast.
Oh, move.
Forget slowly dropping. Oh my god.
Go, go, go.
Are they fine?
Let's go. Let's go.
Fine.
Okay.
Yay!
Alright.
Friends, yay!
I think lava should be rising soon. It is rising, Yeah, just wait a sec. What have I got in my backpack?
Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, middle.
She's dancing.
Jesus fucking Christ.
What's happening?
I fear
You
no lava.
You can take fall damage if you hit the wall too fast.
Well, I wasn't going for a wall, I went for the chain.
I mean, like, while on the chain, you can take fall damage.
If I don't know that fact, it can hurt me.
Until it hurts you, and then you'll learn the hard way. This way.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just a clear route from here, from the looks of it.
Whoa.
Oh, okay, maybe it's not, like, super clear?
That's okay. Isn't it?
Mm.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's the, if you're afraid of the jump. If you're afraid of the burn. Oh my god, both of you.
Wow.
There we
Oh,
go.
shit, now where we go?
Just up.
Just go there and then over there somehow and then there.
Yeah, we just wait for the lava to lower and then we can just jump from below.
Alright.
Ow.
Don't burn those tootsies. Fuck it.
Sorry, I'm not trying to push. There we go.
Oh, yeah. It's going down. Go, 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 go.
There we go. It's very hot.
Oh no. Oh, it's jumping.
Oh lordy. Oh it's going. Oh my goodness.
Come on, go.
We made it. We made it.
Let's go. Go,
No, we just-
To the building.
Yeah, basically just
Oh,
inside.
you drained my stamina.
Sorry.
What? We had another bugle? I thought that was done.
It had like one last growl in it.
Ah, I see.
Love how if we just nonchalantly yeeted it into the lava. Get up, Pete.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We made it. We did it, guys.
Yeah. We made it once again.
We made it.
Oh, thank you. You're welcome.
First aid and a chain launcher? Jesus Christ.
Can you fucking wait with looting at least
Nah.
when everyone is here?
Nah.
You bastard. Is she hungry? She's very hungry. Don't worry, there's marshmallow here.
Oh, honey.
Marshmallow. Mine's floating. Yippee, I can have the cursed.
Yeah, that's part of the
It's very
mod.
hot, you see twice.
Do I have... Does anyone have room for something?
Yeah, I do.
We have
Do you,
Yeah.
Yeah, me
do you want piton, chain launcher? What do you prefer?
I have a lot of space, so
Okay, I'll give you a piton.
I would use
space.
the bandage if no one else needs it.
Yeah, go for it. There's loads. There's a few extras lying
Is there no
around.
extra backpack? Can't
No.
play heals.
Yeah, I'll
God
put
damn
a sta-
it.
Oh, you have loads of fucking room in your backpack. Holy shit. There we go. Well, there's a first aid here, by the way, if you need it. I suppose I'll take
Cook
it.
your marshmallow.
Cook it,
Ah.
because the fire goes out eventually.
Should I keep the marshmallow? Eat it now if my hunger is big.
Use it when you're like half hunger, like when it's literally half a bar of hunger.
Oh, it's more than that.
Okay, you fucking eat it,
Yeah,
yeah.
So you need to eat.
Except oh no, it healed me. Never mind. I don't need a bandage anymore.
So
Can we
how's
use
your
the
extra
statue?
stamina?
Oh, the statue.
yeah, you
Right,
can-
yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Touch.
Touch it. Anti-rope!
Anti-rope! I'll put it in your bag.
I do have a space in my
Oh,
bag as
I
well.
just gave it to Millie.
That's fine. Does anyone need
Do I have
extra
to-
stamina?
I have to look in it, don't I? Have I look in
Yeah,
it?
so you drop it with Q, and then you open it like you would open normally. If you wanna put anything
We
in
still
your
have ping pong?
We do still
We
have
still have
Bing
Bing
Bong.
Bong, yeah.
Yeah, and we also
Let's
have...
go ping pong!
We also have the bugle!
Just be careful when you're dropping your backpacks, because it can roll over and drop, you know. But do I have in my backpack?
The butt follows the mountain. Is this like your victory song?
POV or in Limsa.
We're gonna do it, guys. We're gonna throw the ring into Mordor, or whatever the mountain was called. Mount Doom. We're gonna throw the ring into Mount Doom.
I didn't know.
Into
it was
Mountain
here.
Dew? Maybe. How does the stalk work?
You just drop it on the floor and then it just shoots up.
It shoots up vertically or like diagonally or like how?
Vertically, put completely vertically, and you've got to climb it. You actually have to climb it. Like,
Well, that's ass.
but it gives you like, you know, like if you need some. If you need
Does
some.
it grow food?
I don't think it does, but. The Clin. Well,
Yeah.
I want to say the right,
you're having a good
but I don't know where it goes from there.
Excuse me, don't do
That's
it.
like up there, and then up. No, actually, that's not safe, is
What the
it?
fuck is this?
This is peak.
This is ass.
This is ass.
Do we jump into the bathtub underneath us now?
No.
Yeah, that's how you complete the game. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
finally, release.
Don't tell me we need to climb this.
Where we go?
What do you think?
What else?
What do you think?
Uh,
What?
Millie! What?
Oh,
What?
Jesus fucking Christ!
I turned around at the same time and I was just like, oh, maybe kill herself.
The thing is, I thought I heard her yell Frodo,
There's
and I
luggage
thought she was like
there.
role playing.
Oh no, there's a lava still.
What was that on the Discord about not making a Lion King scene?
Thank you.
Wait, where the fuck did you guys go?
To your
Here.
left.
You can jump. At the very
Probably
bottom.
not from there. Come up here. There you go.
I see. Wow.
I feel like this is the most awkward path we could have gone.
I feel like Remy could just sell luggage and run.
Oh god, my stamina. That burned my stamina. I'm moving. You guys good?
Okay.
Just go up.
Yeah.
Are you low in stamina?
I'm getting there.
Just up. Up is fine. Okay.
Thank you. Oh,
There is a little ledge slightly to the left. I'm trying to point at it, but it's really awkward. Okay, yeah, there you
It's just a lollipop. Come on.
go.
Come here.
Oh, more like it.
It's
It's
just
a big luggage thing.
driven by luggage and nothing else.
Of course. Good rope.
Oh, nice. That's actually a good find for this place. Oh. Eh.
okay, this gives me strength. Oh, from two things. Ooh.
Where's my... yeah.
Thank you. Ugh.
There you go. Well, that was a big fucking pull. Holy shit.
He has long arms.
He's a long boy.
Noodly boy.
Okay, so we do need to remember that if we get very stuck at any point, we have like 10 chain launchers. So we should be fine.
I have a stalk and a shelf mushroom.
We also have the anti-rope.
That's 2 rope cannons and rope.
Oh my god. There's a ledge here. There's a ledge around
This
the left.
is.
Oh.
I think we need to come up and go there. Someone could rope technically.
I think it's doable just by climbing. I can try if you want.
I think I can do it.
Yeah. Oh, that was a good jump. I think we can just make it,
Boy.
to be honest. But
If Remy could catches us, then
yeah, it's good.
keep going.
Cover all the grounds.
Oh no no! Oh no no! Oh,
You're fine.
my stamina is bad. Yeah, I was trying to like. I have a like half a bar of hunger because I'm saving it for the
Yeah.
marshmallow.
Don't forget to lunge if you're slowing down. There we go.
I better not be
This
good.
is unfortunate.
Is it?
It's just the music almost.
Sorry, hang on. I'm just
Go.
coming around. I'm coming around. Coming through. Coming through.
Oh.
Coming through. Okay. Coming back. Coming back. Coming back. Coming back. Coming back.
I was about to say, I don't think there's a way to go.
There could be, but oh wait.
See it, huh?
Hang on. Move. Wish me luck. Oh.
Where are you
Oh,
going?
fuck. You're climbing the wrong way around for us.
Well, there's a way up.
How the fuck?
Try if you're gonna jump, make sure you're jumping on like with the ground under you, just to be safe.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Don't just fucking leap without it, like otherwise you could perish very, very quickly. Just
I hated it.
Oh, I see.
yeah. Okay, this is getting a little crowded. I'm gonna get up.
Someone grabbed the people. This is, well, where now, sir?
Give me a second. Oh, excuse me. I need to.
This is very tight, so be careful.
This is incredibly tight. This might be a bit too hard to climb. I had to burn through stamina to get up here, so...
Do you have rope?
I don't think I'm carrying any. Let me check.
I got rope.
Yeah, I don't have any rope. I can try and grab it.
Try to
Yeah.
grab.
Okay, you're good.
Oh my god.
Turn around to go up here. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's gonna be awkward.
Can I jump?
Lunch, Billy.
Yeah.
Lunch.
I can't.
Oh no!
Can someone feed her? Or Ramiku, can you come up and send her a rope?
My son is also kind of bad.
Huh?
He's also kind of bad. Okay, give me a
I
second.
can bounce here. Need a hand?
I'm reaching so hard, dude.
Nice. Okay.
Go on.
Give them rope.
Okay.
How much more?
Do you see the rope? Careful, you're sliding. Ramiku, you're sliding. Do you see a blue rope?
No?
You just, he needs to first tie it. You just tell him whether you can see, like, will you be able to grab it, do you think?
Can you get them onto your bike?
I think we'll be able to grab it as long as
Yeah,
we
that
can
might
jump
be okay.
towards it.
Give them a bit more.
Hey, you can
This one could get a bit spicy. I mean, I think I can manage it, but I don't know about everyone else.
Thank you.
Sure, take it back.
I could set up a shroom, wall shroom, like fungus, wall fungus. Oh no! Oh.
Just don't fucking drop it, dude.
Uh,
Careful, Mama, you're sliding. Careful.
I noticed. Is there even any way to go?
So I guess that way.
yeah, it's the only. It's a good way to go. There's a lot we can do.
Ramiku's way there.
What?
What?
Where's Ramiku? Oh, sorry. I thought you meant he went another way. My bad.
No.
Okay. Okay, so a couple choices here. Now there is the obvious choice, which is that, but that's obviously not a good choice. But there's also something above us. I think we can try and climb. 1 second. No, not from here. We can't climb from here.
Oh, careful.
I'm making space. Oh, hang on. I think we got a path. Yep. This could be really awkward. Give me a second. It's very awkward, in fact. But there is... Ow!
Well, I have a shelled mushroom.
It's awkward because it's tight, so one at a time.
So one at a time where? Can you ping where we're going?
I'm trying.
How do you ping?
Middle mouse button.
Are you good?
You aim to like.
Can you see my name? Yeah. Go into this corner. Oh shit. Okay, there you go.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, can I come?
Yeah, you're good, you're good.
Oh.
Yeah, careful. You can try and run past it if you want.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll...
Oh, where are you going?
shit.
Where are you going?
I don't know.
Okay, yeah, just try and go past it if you can. Are you good? Okay, yeah, you're fine.
I'm good. I'm good.
I'm coming.
Okay, I'm gonna move on.
Thank you.
We just chill here. We could go there. Or just
No,
above
I'm
us.
burning down here.
Careful.
I'll go like this time right now. I'll go wait.
Or just take heat damage and all of a sudden.
You can stand
Yeah, I
here if
guess
you
we
want to
can
cool
just
down.
wait it out.
Yeah, cool down here. There's a way over here as well. I'm gonna have a look at this real quick while we chill. Oh, there's a way.
Why is everything so hot?
You're in a volcano. What do you mean? Why is everything so hot? You guys good? You guys good? Hello? He's up here. He's up here with us. He's up here with
Oh, he's
us.
up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how, but I think I found a shortcut.
Where's Ramaku? Oh, there he is.
He's going.
There you go.
Ooh, there's a burner. Careful.
Yeah, it's a little hot. Is there a jump here? Can we do this? Okay.
I think we can jump. There's a
Yeah.
shelf.
Just don't forget to actually jump. You can jump early, it's safe. Okay.
Spice.
It's habanero.
Habanero Mountain.
God, no, I crave a jalapeno pizza.
What? Oh. So, a few
You wanna
ways.
go up there?
Yeah, I was gonna say we can get on the bridge. There's luggage up there as well.
I have a shelf mushroom if you need. I can eat it there somewhere.
Yeah, fuck it. I think we're at a point where we could probably start using some equipment.
Careful,
wait.
Amico. No!
I think he's got it.
Okay.
He's got
so I
it.
guess-
You're right
Do
up
you
there.
still have a rope? Ramiku, do you still have like just use the rest of it if you can. If you have like a little bit.
Yeah,
That's fine,
that's
that's
fucking
fine.
Yeah,
solid.
fine.
Yeah. That's really good. It's nice and
Thank you.
Effie? Sliding
Yeah,
down.
yeah.
Sorry, just a little bit concerned when your like body is ragdolling down the slide.
Good spot swing, someone hungry?
Oh.
Spar string just gives a bonus stamina, no?
Yeah, but anyone who's got the least stamina could probably get it.
Yeah.
Let's not talk about hungry.
Do you see a way up there? Because I was just about to check.
Looking.
You know, I'll go onto the bridge and maybe try and spot. I don't like being up here. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, I'm safe in the luggage.
Oh my god.
You can try to. Yeah, that looks good. That's a good place, but it's a bit. Can everyone make it there?
You need to go. There's a shelf you can rest at.
Oh, there's luggage up there. On the big burning boulder.
Ah, fuck.
Alright, I'm
Can't
going.
walk to it, it's all slidey.
Hang on, I'm on my way. You said the shelf on the left. Oh no, I can manage this. Thank you. What was in the luggage?
Go the way.
Yeah, we need to go this way. We need to go on top of the fire.
Oh god.
Yep. Get burning.
God. Oh. Just gonna let it down
You gotta go quick.
It was just an energy drink as well.
That's fine. Are they good?
think so.
Okay. I was thinking we go up here. I could see from that side. Are they?
No, are they dead?
No.
The oh no has me thinking otherwise. Hang on.
Super good.
What's up?
Are you hurt as in injured or hurt as in?
No, just.
Whoa.
What's up?
I'm using the. I'm
No, 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 no,
I
no.
have-
Hold on. What do you need?
I have 20% stamina. So.
Have you taken damage? Is that, or is it just hunger?
No, it's just hunger.
Does anyone have any food?
I only have energy drink.
Got a lollipop.
That actually will work. Can you try and bring down the lollipop?
Another rope.
Oh, we have more rope.
Round
Oh,
ring rope.
that's good. That's good.
Wait. Can I give this to someone?
Hang on.
I also have rope.
We can go. We can go up. We can go up. Yeah.
If I can get up there. Thank you.
Okay, you'll burn a little bit, but just go. Come on, I'm burning for you, man. Go. Help Mo, because he might fall.
No, I'm fine.
He's fine. Okay.
What's that?
Recover because I'm very hungry. I'll take a energy drink.
Okay, so from here, we could probably start. We could probably start using some equipment, or
I'm
if
gonna
you-
get the big sleep. It might knock me out. Just saying.
come here. Like stand here.
Okay, I think I'm fine, but I'm very hungry.
So I was gonna say what we
Did
could
you eat
do.
the bean?
I can't eat the bean. Can I eat the bean? No, I can't.
No, you
eat the
can't
bean.
eat the bean. You can't eat the bean. Can we get
It's
like
not
a?
edible.
Can we get like a shelf?
Did you use the bean?
Can we get like a shelf thing somewhere around here, and we can try and like go around?
I'll try. I'll try.
Do you reckon we can climb that one?
Yeah.
Ah.
Oh, maybe not that far. Okay, hang on. Do we still have rope?
I do.
Oh, you've got the
I can't
anti-rope.
really get anywhere.
You've got the anti-rope,
Yeah.
right? Give me the
Yeah.
anti-rope.
How do I just drop it?
Yeah, just drop.
Are you ready?
Yep. Okay, give me a second.
Imagine it just rolled off.
It's very spicy, but there we go. And then, tell me how high this is. Tell me when's enough.
Yeah.
It's way too much, way too much.
Lower.
Yeah, that's good,
Okay,
that's good.
yeah, fine.
Yeah. Alright, I'll stand here if anyone needs a grab. You can try and go a bit low if you don't have enough stamina to jump, but yeah.
5% I think.
Yeah, I think I'm like on equal 5-ish.
Jesus
I can
Christ.
feed you energy drink, but it's gonna make you sleepy after.
Just slowly walk down and you should be fine. So like to here is a good place to jump.
Honestly?
Don't
that was
sprint.
pretty easy.
Don't sprint.
Just jump.
Just a regular jump and climb. Yep. There you go. Because if you do a sprint jump, you burn twice as much stamina, basically. Oh my god. No! Shit. Did you take damage? Oh, I think she's dead now. Well,
Oh boy.
what? Oh boy. Oh, up the fire.
No, there's a sprint jump coming.
Oh, is this the way we're gonna go?
Careful.
I feel like.
Can we go like this? Like over there?
Well, Mo definitely can't at this point.
Nah.
Just anti-school it straight to the top.
Anti-spool? What, from here? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, can do. Cool. So here,
How hungry are you?
I have like 10% stamina.
You might fall asleep.
Millie,
Stick to us.
What?
thank you for giving me the anti-spill before you died.
Use fast. Go, go, go.
You have way more stamina than I did. You guys fucking suck.
So where's a good
Momo
point?
might
Because I
fall
just got a
asleep, so
lollipop.
careful.
Where am I putting this? I can't see where it's going.
I'm gonna fall asleep.
Is this good? I have no idea. I need to know. Oh, Mo's fallen asleep. Okay.
It's back door.
Am I gonna put this down here? Like, what am I doing? What am I doing?
Wait, hurry up. What if he wakes up and falls?
Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm putting it down. God damn it, no one's answering me.
Oh, he's back. Momo, take your backpack.
Quick, behind you.
This doesn't really work. I don't see where to go. Unless we go into the fire. This was a terrible idea. I've just used so much stamina getting up here. Yeah, this doesn't work. Unless you want to rope cannon the rest of the way somehow. Like if you pop a rope cannon here or something. Wait, hang on. What have I got?
Oh no, oh no.
I can chain launch the other side of the anti-rope if you.
Big Momo is gone. Momo, no!
Momo?
Momo!
Okay, so I can check. Oh my god. Can't get a word in.
And you didn't look after the new recruits, they died.
No, Momo. Is
I can chain launch to you, Remiku. Yeah.
He's out of it now.
Sounds good.
There you go.
I am very, very close to fucking
We're almost done.
perishing.
We're almost done.
You're fine, you got loads of stamina.
We got another chain launcher, and we got rope cannons as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, for the two of you who died, you made it quite far for your first try.
Yeah, how the hell are you even alive?
Yeah. This is not an
I
easy
don't think
game.
I can make the jump.
I can give you a
We got-
boost
we got it.
if you want.
You can do it.
Oh god, get on my head, get on my head, and I'm gonna jump. Oh wait, there's a rope, there's a rope, there's a rope, there's a rope. Can you make that? Just
Yeah, you
don't
can.
sprint, don't sprint. Yeah, okay.
Oh my god.
Nice. I still have another chain launcher and we got the rope as well. We good? Nice. You get to do this? Yeah.
No, they were so close.
I keep seeing Millie's face just in my fucking face. Just constantly
What?
zooming
Aw,
into
yeah.
me.
Yeah, I'm go
Yeah?
There you go.
I'm going that way or This
Yeah,
way?
that looks... You know what, fuck this. We're here. We made it. We made it, guys. Oh, I need to jump off it, yeah. You good? Oh god, that fucking... That drop startled me. By the way, if you've got any damage, I still have the remedy mushroom.
no, I just have
Can you eat
big
it?
hungry.
You can't eat it, no. Go towards the sun. Oh yeah, there it
They
is.
were so close.
You
We will
almost
honor
made
your
it.
memory.
It's alright, I have the best way to honor them. Wait, how? Can you hurry? What?
You have KFC for us?
The sun! Go to the sun! I literally said.
Oh, there.
I can't see the sun.
I'm sorry, it was so big and couldn't see it.
Are you actually gonna make it? Okay. Alright, but yeah,
Won't make it.
Bing Bong did not make
No.
it, no.
No.
Oh, it was so close. You guys could have got the achievement. Damn. What have I got in my
Actually just
backpack?
pass out from hunger.
Yeah.
As long as you don't have any stamina, you pass out.
Alright, before we cross the bridge, I have the way to commemorate them.
I think in that case I would have like passed out after the effect of like Ramiku's lollipop was gone anyway.
Alright, let's walk in whatever the thing is, memory of them.
They were so brave and so young, and they almost made it. We will remember them for being good friends. They
still have
always
hot
helped
bean?
everyone.
We still have what?
I have been, yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, that's gonna poison you, so you might pass out.
I should. Oh no!
Actually,
If
yeah.
he's gonna die.
Is she actually gonna
I
die?
thought they were yellow.
No!
Oh,
Is she gonna die?
No, I'm gonna make it. I have to.
You need to run, man.
Oh my fucking god. I mean, you're not gonna die, like, it will go away, but... Yeah.
But will I be able to grab the rope?
No, but we can grab you and grab the rope.
Can the fungus heal me?
We can try, we're up here anyways. I don't think it does, though.
So how do you use the beam?
You just drop it. You just drop it on the floor. And then step back.
let's not die now. Wow!
It's so good. Oh, it's going at an angle because of the way you dropped it. Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Okay, let's go.
Launch the flares. Pour one out for your homies.
Yay! Oh, we won't see the fucking road, dudes. Can you, if you have stamina, just go up?
Yeah, obviously.
Because I think I can't climb it.
I'm up.
I think the rope barely takes any
Okay.
stamina.
The problem is it's so fucky.
Oh.
We did it! We made it!
We won!
Yeah! Hell yeah!
What
Someone's
What
missing.
happens when there's too many people?
It just does 4 people again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, I got a new outfit. What?
Million more.
Heal an unconscious friend with an item to save them from death. Oh, what? When I shoved food into Mo's mouth. Toxicology badge.
Press next.
I think they're unlocking 1 million achievements because this was their first
Oh,
time.
that's
Yeah.
Stop popping achievements. Look at that wonderfully angular.
Dumb as fuck.
Stab the A.
Calculated.
Wow.
Beautiful.
Bah.
Yeah.
Ah, fucking hell.
Good stuff.
What did I get?
You get
Yeah, I
new
got some new stuff.
outfits. Yeah.
Oh, I have all the outfits now.
Wow.
Holy
Oh,
shit.
You did it. You won the video game.
Oh no, sorry, I meant the shirts, not everything else. My bad. I have a lot of hats to collect. Oh god, I've just been reminded of
I'm quite
TF2.
happy with it.
Oh, you're so cute, Millie.
Thank you.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty nice hat.
Hell yeah.
Wait, I have fangs? Wait, oh, I can't put them
Come
on.
on.
It's bugging out. I can't put them on right now. Oh wait, there we go. Are they on? Do I have fangs?
No, you have your mewing.
Oh, it's not working. Damn it. Yeah, whatever. Where's my muting one? There it is.
It might be bugging out a bit because of the mod.
It's definitely the mod,
Serves
yeah.
me well after this run.
Oh, bless. Hell yeah.
But crashed pilot.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Did I hit the wall? I hit the wall! I hit the wall!
What the fuck?
From the launch.
themselves.
I launched myself into the wall. I managed to get into the wall. Yeah.
Nearly reached the terminal.
Oh, so close.
What did you do?
Well, we want ideally.
Go on and play dead.
Ideally, we want only.
Play dead and then
Omega
start
Yeah.
spamming jump.
Omega as well, so.
If you play dead and start spamming
Just
jump.
play dead.
Yeah, bottom one. And spam jump, spam jump.
Sale also started.
I'm trying to fly.
Oh, I see.
I missed. Fuck. Yeah.
Big flopper.
Grinding.
Do it, do it. I'm gonna launch you.
He's grinding
I'm
on
gonna,
the
I'm
nuts.
gonna launch you.
Very cool.
We did it!
Holy shit! That was awesome.
What the fuck? Why did I get spun around?
I sent you into the air.
So mad.
I'm gonna bounce and then my fucking display went crazy.
Why is that so satisfying?
Alright.
Hang on, I gotta get one. I gotta get one. I wanna get one. I haven't had a go.
Can we keep...
Oh my god!
Oh, you didn't make it on top. Try again.
No, but I span in like a fucking star shape. Okay, here we go. Oh!
You hit the wall.
I
Damn.
fucking slammed right into it.
We actually make a staircase with double jump.
Alright. I'll totally... Thank you very much. It was a good
Yeah.
Thank you for playing.
GG's.
Thank you.
We need even more people.
Yep. Just fucking just have like 3 people in a line here, and then one person comes down and just fucking triple jump them up.
I'm gonna depot as well. Thank you for playing.
Yeah, I'm going
Thanks for playing,
to.
guys.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye bye. Oh, I just that's all that makes up the whole game for me is just the fucking what's it called? It's not called a treadmill, but you know. Man. Let's see. Who is streaming? I could raid Sean. I think I'll raid Sean. Fuck it, yeah. Actually, I'll raid Boba. She's doing solo peak. Looking at I'm gonna it's peak content. I'm gonna get it's peak. Peak. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and dip. Fuck off then. But yeah, I'll be back on tomorrow. I'll do some more RuneScape, and then we got Blood on the Clock Tower, I believe. So yeah. Goodbye. Goodbye.